Alrighty. Just verify everything's coming up. The green app is particularly fussy. And welcome back, Joe. Good to see you around. Always nice to see friendly faces. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Rumble is verified as up and running. Good. Now, what are we doing today? Usually I go into this with like a plan and like I have a goal for the stream and work towards that single goal. Like it's not like, oh, we're just going to work today. No, I usually have a goal. That way I can like drive. And he's there too. Oh man. Nice. Views all around. I approve. So this time, last week I did the battery on stream and got the battery up and running and working. So that works. And we've been, I spent 3 months of streams building the pipe system. I'd work off camera too, but 3 months of streams of building that feature. And it works. And I redesigned the pipes. Dolan had submitted a pipe design, but they were overly complex and had way too many voxels for the pipe, right? The pipe, it's intended to be simple. It's intended to kind of evoke a very basic mentality where we're kind of, cobbling together resources to get them to work. So I've put together, something that's a little, it breaks up the lines a little bit. Right? It kind of breaks them up a little bit. And, I think that works. It kind of evoking their pipe sections fitted together. And, it's a minor tweak. It's a minor change, but I think it works. Plus, it still allows you to highlight the center block, right? I didn't want to have a system that blocked the ability to do that. And then you can visually see each node around it. That was important to me, being able to see all the nodes around the pipe system here. But yeah, that is what it is. And I also fixed a bug with the forge and the work items. So if you have a work item, let's cool that off. Before, when you would put the work item into the electric forge, so let's say you have a half-finished smithing recipe, you put it in there and it would crash. Because of reasons. There were a couple checks in there. You can see that this thing has attributes, but the work item itself, right? Work item - copper. So work item is a base game thing, and the work item itself didn't have any attributes, and that's what caused the crash. But this actually, is good. Now you can put this in there, and it will heat it as normal, and spit it out when it's done, and it renders. Right? It renders in there. So I got that working too. Because the rendering is actually based on the voxels, right? The individual voxels. So you have to, that's why there's all of those voxels in there. Because the voxels, so a smithing item can only ever be 16 by 6 by 16. That's it. That's the size of a smithing item. or a smithing recipe, basically. And that's the array that you see there, 16 by 6 by 16. Multiply all those together, that's where your voxels are. Now, what's encoded in those, I don't know. I don't know what the difference is between a 1 and a 64 and an 80. I have no idea. But that's where that comes from, and that's where that shape comes from. That's where the game kind of figures that out. So let's finish this so I don't have a weird unfinished thing in my inventory. And something weird is going on with the forge. Like, something really weird. Anybody can verify this, but like, I put this in here. Why is this hotter? Let's put one in there that I didn't preheat. So, like, this is a base game forge. I put charcoal in there, and it like doesn't work. Is this a known bug with the base game? Because this is weird. This is really weird. Like when I was gonna test the crash work item bug, I was like, I need to get this operational, right? And you can see it's ever so slowly heating this up. Very, very slowly. And I'm like, memory, like, I remember, because I just updated the version of the game that I'm testing this with. So I'm now up to like 19.8 or something, whatever it is. And when I put this in there, I was like, what? Why is that going so slow? Like, why is that going? It should not be that slow. So, and the fuel isn't going down, right? If we look at the fuel here, it like is barely going down. It may be going down a little bit, but it was noticeable before. And I can't get quite the eye line close enough, and zooming doesn't work. But, oh. Nope. But yeah, like that is 50 times slower than it was before. At least. Like crazy amount slower. So I don't know if that's a bug with the base game. Like if it was a weird bug that was introduced or something, but I don't remember it being that slow before. Like I've smithed a lot of ingots in my day in this game, and I have never experienced it to be that slow. Like that is slow compared to like what I'm used to. God. Okay, so that fixes that bug. Obviously, that works. And then that's the pipes. So, basically, yeah, I wanted the pipes to have a simple design, simple look. We can investigate down the road, like what alternates we could have. I know there's somebody working on alternates, but again, they are meant to be very, very simple looking, very, very basic, because I don't want to blow the voxel polygon rendering budget on pipes, right? If you're going to have dozens or even hundreds of these in your base running all around, right? You're going to have fluid pipes, you're going to have item pipes, eventually you're going to have gas pressurized pipes, whatever. I don't want them to take up so much rendering time that it detracts from machines, right? These machines, whatever, they're simple, they're single block, it is what it is. When we get to the multi-block machines, those are going to be huge. And so I want to save as much of my voxel rendering budget as possible for the big machines whenever we get around to those. So, I'm all for making things look good and look pretty. I think that a little bit could be done. Some magical texture could be worked on. The pipes mod has a texture that's used. You could do that with this. with a specific texture set and UV mapping, you could make that work. Because remember, these little nubs on this item pipe are the same little nubs over here on this fluid pipe, but I set the texture to this for the fluid pipe. This texture, the black texture, is the same, but it's the fluid pipe, the JSON itself, that sets that texture. So depending on how you set up that texture, you could set it up with the UV mapping on the pipes to maybe get a little detail or add a little stripe down it or something like that, and that would not affect the rendering at all. It's just pulling pixels off a texture. That's nothing. And obviously we've got the contents being rendered in there now. So yeah, we have that good to go. So that was a contribution by Zulkin that basically followed the path that I put forward. And then I was testing something that he said wasn't working, and it does work. So I don't know what in his system. You can see it's going from there over to here. There it is. Good to go. So whenever something gets reported, I always try to test it and verify, and if it is indeed broken, then I try to fix it, which is why that exists, the issues tracker. Okay, so what are we doing today? Again, I try to have goals. I try to have goals. I'm not always successful, but I try to have goals, and I wanted to cover a little bit about what's coming in the next community version, in case anybody stops by here and says, hey, what's coming in the next community version? You're going to get the battery is definitely something you're going to get, and bug fixes in general, and the pipe system. A pipe system with a few more bugs fixed in that. Now we got to start thinking about what's left in the LV tier. I basically broke this mod down into constituent parts: the LV tier, the MV tier, and the HV tier. And because each major tier introduces some new problems, some new things to figure out, and expands on the technology, expands on the mod and the complexity of things. So the LV tier, the general design of the LV tier was to encompass as many base game crafting mechanics as possible. Not everything is, because I didn't want to replace a lot of the base game stuff in the LV tier. So like, having stuff be more manual, like the creation of, say, the leather, right? There are ways to, with the LV tier, there are ways to help craft it, but it's still craftable in the barrels. But you can use vintage engineering and the pipes to route your fluids around, right? You could have a whole bank of barrels making the tannin, right? The weak and the strong tannin. You could have all of that, and then all of those being pumped into a tank, right? You could have a weak tannin tank and a strong tannin tank, and then have those pump into, or basically extracting into another set of barrels that you can just route your items through. And then you could even work on possibly, I don't know, I haven't tested this, I'll leave it to somebody else to test, possibly use item, like if you put, let's say you put hides in one barrel, you could have maybe the item pipes go from hides to like whatever, and then scrape those and put those into this one, and then all the way down the line, and just make out of leather. I think that would be really interesting to see if you can't route the fluids and stuff right. But anyway, yeah, you could have a bunch of barrels sitting on item pipes that are extracting, and then all of the pelts get pushed into a chest, and then you can just manually scrape them, and then you put them into barrels with the tannin, and you just seal those up. Yeah, I think it would be cool to see a sort of hybrid vanilla plus vintage engineering early game system for that. Which is why I'm not replacing every every process with vintage engineering, but I am covering the tedious ones. The really tedious ones are going to be, covered, at least with the possibility. And so that brings us to what I thought we would do today. And rather than jump into code, if anybody out there has code questions, modding questions, JSON questions, feel free to ask. And if I don't know the answer, we can investigate it together. And I can, kind of walk somebody through how to find the answer, even if I don't know it. Because there are still some modding things that I don't know about. But if anybody has any questions, I mean, it's the ideal time to ask during one of these streams, because that way I can show you exactly what's going on and what my thought process is to find a solution. So today I'm thinking about what's left in the LV tier. We have the CNC, which is the early game clay former. Right now, all it does is clay forming. There is a feature that is unfinished, and that is programming. The CNC is supposed to be your super early game auto crafter, and the LV tier of the CNC is auto crafting using one input ingredient on only one input ingredient, right? So that's why it's one of the reasons why it's a good clay former, because it takes one ingredient and makes something with that. But I don't have that recipe programming feature done yet. The CNC does exist. The machine does work, and it is a clay former, but the program, right, there's a slot where you put the program, and if you put a raw clay item in there, that's essentially the program. But I also have a item, right? It is actually a craftable item, and that item is going to have the ability to encode a recipe on it, similar to an applied energistics pattern or something like that. You're going to be able to encode a recipe onto that and then put that into the CNC, and that's going to be the program. So you could have a simple example would be wood to a stair, wood stairs, or whatever. You just put it in the grid, you just put whatever the recipe is, and the tier of CNC will determine how many ingredients that it can support, right? The LV tier is one ingredient. And maybe the MV tier, when we get down to that, the MV tier will be, I don't know, 3 or 4 ingredients. And then obviously the HV tier, the top tier assembler, will be all 9 ingredients. Every slot could be a different ingredient. In addition to being faster and more power hungry, of course. But there's a huge amount of logic when it comes to crafting recipes and ensuring that you pull the appropriate ingredients out of your supply. All of that stuff is it takes a huge amount of logic behind the scenes. Anytime you see that in a game like Minecraft, where you have an auto crafter and you're spitting recipes in there and you're shift clicking ingredients, that is a huge amount of work to make that look good and to make that work like that. So I'm not wanting to tackle that yet. That is that's going to be a headache. The programming of the encoding of the recipe into the CNC program again. I just got done with the pipe filter GUI, and that was a nightmare. The pipe GUI code, if I were to show you here, pipe filter GUI, GUI pipe filter. Here's the code. Setup dialog. This is the code that runs when you right click that and it sets the dialog up. Let's start here, line 79, and go all the way down to line 224. So all of this code is what builds that dialog. There is a ton of stuff in that thing. So I just got done with a super complex UI. I don't know if I want to tackle another one right away. So what I'm thinking about today is designing, and that's one of the machines. The machine is in and it works for Clayform. So it does what I need it to do. We can expand on the functionality later, but there are two machines that I had planned for the LV tier. And those two machines were designed or were planned to be multi-blocks. Well, we don't have the multi-block system in place. That is going to be another multi-week, month process to build the multi-block system. And I was really hoping that an individual would help me with that in the community. Somebody reached out, and we built the system. We designed the system together over a period of a couple weeks, and they just got swamped at work, real life work, and they were just not able to dive into it in the last month and a half. So, unfortunately, we don't have a multi-block system that I can jump into and use. Well, I was really hoping I'd have something to test on. But failing that, the multi-blocks are still machines. They're still going to have block entities. Whether or not they're going to be multi-blocks is more of a cosmetic thing. And doesn't really impact necessarily the crafting tick to tick stuff, right? Multi-block simply means there's a little bit more to manage. It's bigger, there's more complex in terms of visual, but in the end, it's still going to have a single block entity. That block entity is going to run just like every other machine, right? Every one of these machines runs as the block entity is nearly identical. It's not identical, but it's really close because the crafting loop is the same. And it doesn't matter if it's a giant multi-block or not, that crafting loop is going to be the same, right? You're going to have inputs, you're going to have power or possible power, and then you're going to have outputs. And you have inventory, you're going to have a GUI, you're going to have a lot of that stuff. And so I can design, and we can work on the design of these machines, and then even work on the implementation in the next couple weeks. And then hopefully, maybe possibly, start looking at starting the multi-block system. If the individual I'm talking about doesn't at least start, then I'm going to have to do it. And I'm out of time, basically. I don't have any more time to spend waiting for this person to get the time to do it. Not that I'm criticizing them for not doing it. I just was expecting there to be something by now to work with. And since there's not, I've got the design. I can start it, right? But there are elements of that design that he was confident that he could do that I'm not. So there are definitely parts of it that that was not the way I was gonna like implement it. Well, and it was just like, okay, well, anyway, like there's a whole element of the mini dimension system and how to get all our rendering shit where I don't know. I have no idea how to do any of that. So, I would be at a total loss. But we have to kind of recode the entire multi-block system, because it's limited in how big it can be. Multi-blocks in the base game currently are 5x5x6, and that's the biggest you can have. With the way that the limitations are in the way that they were programmed, that's the max size. And I'm like, 5x5x6, when 5x5x6 on a scale of what I'm thinking of in terms of like multi-block machines is tiny. And so I've expanded that to a 9x9x16, right? A 9x9 footprint by 16 tall. Yes, which is bigger, but I don't anticipate machines bigger than that. Not even a nuclear reactor would be bigger than that. Because, yeah, the multi-blocks in this game, if you look at like Mechanism, anybody with experience with Mechanism and the reactors, turbines, those kinds of things, where you can build an arbitrarily sized multi-block, the amount of code that goes in behind the scenes to make that happen is enormous. Building an arbitrarily sized machine and then completing it and validating it, I don't even want to think about that code. That would be a monstrous amount of code to be able to do all of that. And I'm sure that feature evolved over years and years and years to be where it is today and fix the bugs. And I'm sure there's still bugs with it. So I am the first pass, the first iteration of this mod will not feature dynamically sized damn machines. Like, there's just not going to be a feature. The machine is going to be its size, and that's it. There's not going to be like, oh, you can build a 8x8x8 nuclear reactor or a 10x10x10, and it's like, no. If y'all want to work on that code, if somebody out there is like, you know what, I want that feature, then go wild. Submit a pull request once you have it working, because I would be happy to have it in the mod and support it, but you better make damn sure that it works and is bug free, because that would be a nightmare of debugging, trying to figure out what went wrong when something goes wrong. So anyway, we will not be having that feature. But the two machines that I am referring to in the LV tier, one of them is one of the first machines. What's funny is these are the two machines that, like, one of them is one of the first machines that you will build. It's not really a machine per se, but anybody with experience in immersive engineering, which is the mod I'm sort of taking a rough inspiration from. It's not exact, but it's rough. The way that all these features and stuff go in. So the first thing is a creosote oven. So the creosote oven is the thing that introduces the crafting mechanic or the crafting component of creosote oil, right? Creosote oil, and I did a little cursory Googling on this. Creosote oil is sort of a resin, a natural resin, like a tree sap kind of thing, but like a carbonized version of it, right? Like when you clean out your chimney, if you have a fireplace, you're cleaning creosote out of your chimney, right? That black fine dust. Well, there's an oil variant of just a thick resin. What I would imagine they coat, or at least they did, they coated railroad ties. You know, those big blocks of wood they would put under railroad train tracks. And anybody who has seen those knows that they are like really dark, like a black or a really dark brown. And if memory serves, they use creosote. They would just soak these things in creosote, which kind of like eliminates bugs and wear and tear and rot and all that kind of stuff for as long as possible. I think they've gone to like concrete version, like, or artificial railroad ties now. At least I've seen a bunch of like weird, like they've looked concrete. I don't know how you get a concrete tie strong enough to support a train without crumbling into dust, but that's just me. So anybody again with experience with immersive engineering knows that there's a creosote oven. And the reason why it's specifically a creosote oven and not a coke oven is because Vintage Story already has a coke oven, right? It already has a coke oven. And I don't want to reinvent the coke oven, but the creosote oven is going to specifically be for the generation of creosote. It may or may not be the only way to get it, but it will be the earliest way to get it. And it'll be a dead easy multi-block. 3x3x3. You'll input X and you'll get creosote oil out. And maybe, I don't know, depending on if we want to get coke out or charcoal out, I don't know. But my first thought was like what kind of wood? And with that, when in my research, beechwood is oh my god, that's bright. Oh my god, that's bright. And there's no like dark mode for this, so I'm sorry, but wow, that was bright. Beechwood was like the top like creosote producing material that I could find. So beechwood is not in the game. So I thought, okay, maybe that can be another sort of exploration thing that you have to do to get into the mod, is they'll go out and find this new type of wood called beechwood and then have a tree farm, right? The only way to get creosote is from beechwood. Then finding beechwood is a good sort of catalyst to the really, really, really early point of the mod. But one thing I'd like to do is we're going to new, and we are going to basically create a design document on this specific last two machines, right? The creosote oven, and the last one, anybody again who's played with immersive engineering, the alloy oven. And the alloy oven is the last major piece of the puzzle to take over all of the functionality of QP Tech. Is to the ability to smelt metals. And the alloy oven is kind of a misnomer. I don't know if there's a better name for it, because it won't just be able to do alloys. You'll be able to smelt like iron in it too. But I have some ideas when it comes to that feature. Something we can try to maybe do that supports further MV or L or HV features. And we'll get into that in a second. So design document for creosote I hit tab. It wasn't tab. It was enter for creosote oven and alloy oven. I want to ensure that we have all of the pieces in place and all of the expectations matched, and give everybody an opportunity to maybe suggest ideas. This is the time, right? This is the time to suggest ideas or limitations into a feature to ensure maximum fun value, whatever, maximum engagement with the players. Now is the time to suggest that. It is not a month from now when the feature comes out. When the creosote oven debuts next week or whatever, that is not the time to say, "Hey, can you make it do this?" No. Now is the time to do that. That way it's integrated into the idea when it's done, not way after the fact. So just understand that there's a time and place for that, and now is the time as far as these two features, because these are the last two machines for LV tier. Okay, so creosote oven. Visually, a 3x3x3 shape, simple brick texture with a simple brick texture with a center middle design door. Right? So in the model creator, macro in the model creator, you can create models that are bigger than a block. And that's kind of going to be the heart of the multi-block system, is you can create giant shapes. But the implementation of these is going to start as a single block machine. And it's going to have that, and then tested, and all of the stuff, all the interactions to get it working is going to be a single block machine. And then once we start getting the multi-block system up and running, we can expand on that. Because multi-block system is more, it's kind of a purely visual feature. It doesn't really affect the production of a thing. So the visual feature is not, the visual stuff is not my first priority, because I'm really bad at it. So yeah, we'll eventually get to it, but visually a 3x3x3 shape, simple brick texture with a center middle opening design, which, the very center middle of the block will have, it'll be whatever the design is, so the texture can be unique or whatever, but the block itself will be it will be obvious, right, where the center is. But again, the visually to test, initially the block will be a single block. Oh my god, my typing is just initially the machine will be a single block. With a placeholder design. Okay. Recipe. So here's the big question. Recipe. Do we use power or fuel or no fuel and no power? Is it static? So right now, to create Coke, you build the 3x3x3 hollow system, and you put the Coke oven door in. You fill it full of coal. Black coal is best. And then you light the pile on fire, and then you close the Coke oven door. Now, in that whole system, what do you think actually does the ticking that converts the charcoal pile to coke? If your answer was the Coke oven door, then you're correct. The Coke oven door is the thing that not only validates the multi-block, right? It validates the 3x3x3 blocks. It also looks at what's on fire, and it does the conversion over a period of time, right? So you light it on fire, you close the Coke oven door, and it's the Coke oven door that's ticking. And eventually, bam, the thing is converted into a pile of Coke, which then you break with like a shovel, and you get your Coke out. But it's really crazy. Sometimes when you break the pile of Coke, the item falls far enough back into the machine that you can't actually get it. You have to break the damn machine to get it, unless you have my magnet mod, and then it pulls it right away. But I think that manual process of moving inventory is great in the early game. It's kind of understandable that this would be the way that the early game would take place. But when we're talking about like automation and machines, this is not the way to go for me. I want to have automation, and automation means inventories that you can access and move with like pipes. Now that we have the pipe system in place, we can now get very, very specific about how to interact with these machines, because now you're going to be able to work with pipes in addition to a GUI. We don't even need, there are some machines we wouldn't even need a GUI for. Just feed it material and out comes the item, right? If we don't even have a GUI for it. But to start, right? To start, we need a starting point for this mod. And looking at Vintage and some of the features they've been teasing for the next version, very manual process, right? When you're building a raft, their new like boat, you're right-clicking materials in it, so similar to how you build a pulverizer, right? You right-click the materials and it slowly builds it up over time. That's great. That's a great thing, and it would be cool to have multi-blocks built like that. But that's a down the road feature. That's a pure visual quality of life. Wouldn't that be cool feature? And it's best to do those features when you already have something working, that you can then plug in a new way of building the machine. Rather than crafting it in a grid, you build it differently. You right click the components and boom, it's built. That's a great way to do it. But that's not where I'm starting. I'm starting at craft the machine, place the machine, get the machine working, right? It's all of the stuff, all of the infrastructure around that's taken so long to build. The electrical network system, the pipe network system, the actual processing of the machine, and the recipe system, and all of the overhead that takes to generate and create everything. I wanted that in there first, and then we can get to the cool quality of life stuff. So anybody criticizing the mod in terms of like, well, this kind of breaks the immersion, it's like that's fine, and y'all can work on that problem, right? You have the machine, you have the metal press now. Work on a system to build it piece by piece, right? Figure out the JSON, figure out the code, figure out all that stuff for one machine, and then apply that to 20 more, right? I'm not against it. I'm just saying I want to forge ahead and work on more projects, more machines to get them in the hands of people. So yeah, I'm up for all the cool features and quality of life stuff, but we literally don't have anything like that now. Why spend the next 3 months on that system when I could spend that building more machines? And you know, anyway. So my thought is the fuel, and it would be nice, to have the fire to build the sort of like the cementation furnace for steel. You have the fire underneath, and you've got this whole system, for heating things, which would be great, but again, that it's a monstrous amount of work to get all of that stuff talking with one another, get the multi-block built, have the fire detection and the heat detection and all of that stuff. I could create it like a sort of like a derivative of the furnace, and instead of creating steel, you just make creosote out of it. Where does that go, right? Do you have a tank inside? What happens if it gets hot enough and it melts? There's so many things to think about. But so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have item input, fuel input, item output, liquid output. Fuel input. Now, another feature we could have is fuel quality impacts crafting speed. Because something needs to impact how fast this thing crafts. And since it's not going to be, it's like the only thing, one of the only things in the LV tier that doesn't require power. Right? No power. You'd be able to just throw in some wood, throw in some fuel, and let it go. Fuel quality impacts crafting speed. Fuel has its own burning time. Item input. We could support any and all types of wood, or have a limited numbers of wood that we support. But again, this recipe, I have the start of somewhere in here, if I can find it. Recipes. There's the coke oven. That's probably going to be renamed to creosote oven. But yeah, it's not implemented right now. Right, not implemented. But I'll probably, this was coke oven before. This will probably be creosote oven. So, and then the other one is the alloy oven. We'll get to that in a second. So item input, fuel quality impacts crafting speed, fuel has its own burning time. Item output, optional. Liquid output, creosote. But because of how I build the recipe system, a modder down the road could add their own recipes to this, right? You could add like a charcoal to creosote recipe if you wanted to. Input would be charcoal, output would be creosote. You could do that pretty easily. So the way that I build all my recipes is they're patchable and expandable, by other modders. The same way as the base game ones. Base game recipes. I use this basically the same system. Okay, creosote oven, and creosote new fluid creosote creosote portion creosote portion 100 items per liter standard. Now, should there be a block form? We're going to have a lot of new fluids. This system, believe it or not, is going to have a lot of new fluids. I think this would be the best way to handle this. You'll see when we get to the alloy oven what I'm thinking of. Instead of being a simple thing, it's going to be horribly complex. 100 items per liter, which is the standard. So new fluid creosote portion is 100 items per liter. And if we look at other fluids, right, here are the base game fluids. Here's all the base game fluids here. Like honey portion, right? Your items per liter, the standard of that is 100. So 100 basically portions per liter, that's the standard, and then max stack size is 5,000, which is 50 liters. Right? So that is the standard for fluids. And then we have watertight container props, and then when spilled. So this is what defines whether or not something, when you spill it, does it create a block of the thing, right? And so we will basically ensure that we can't create an infinite amount of creosote when you try to dump it out. Unless, of course, we have a custom bucket that's 1,000 liters. Because 1,000 liters is a full block. But then you could come back with a bucket and grab 10 liters out, and not have the block go down at all. Because right now, fluids are really really weird in that, where a bucket can basically generate an infinite amount of that liquid. So I don't want to be able to do that. So no block form for the liquid to prevent duping. This will be the creosote alloy oven design. So no block form for the liquid to prevent duping. And so basically this is all for the creosote oven. Like, this is it. Like, it's not a very complex. It was very intentional that it was not going to be complex. Why is this? Why is this one different from this one? What? I have no idea why this one converted, but this one did. Anyway, yeah, the creosote oven was always intended to be a dead easy thing to make, and to test. Initially, the machine will be a single block, right? So this is where we're at right now. Initially, the machine will be a single block. So this is going to be a dead easy thing to implement, right? This creosote oven initially for a single block, very, very easy. I just need to look at all the QP-Tech shapes and see if there's one that I haven't used yet, and what would be the most appropriate for a sort of a placeholder design for that. But once the multi-block stuff starts taking shape, then we can convert the block entity of that into using the multi-block. Anyway, whatever is needed for there. Okay, so the alloy oven, let's like, just trying to make it like professional, right? We're professional around here, damn it. Okay, so the alloy oven, visually a 3x3x3 volume, but not shape. Shape will be angular with a wide base. I wish I had a way of sketching block designs. Like, there are professional like tablets that you can like draw on, and oh my god, there was one I found. There was a tool I found. Let's see if I can bring it up. Didn't I? Tour box, that's what it is. Look at this thing. Okay, for one, I would like nothing more than one of these like tablets to draw with. Oh my god, I've wanted a tablet like that like all of my life. Like all the way back into the mid 90s. I've been wanting a system that does that. But tablets like this, even, I mean, they've always been super expensive. Modern times, they're a little bit better. I love how this person has like a TV going on in the background. They couldn't record this without something. But yeah, look at these like art and stuff. This tour box is this other box that they're using, right? This thing, I found this and I'm like, oh my god, this thing is so cool. It controls like your view inside of the tool, right? In Photoshop or whatever you're using, the zoom, all of the stuff you're doing there is being controlled with this thing, tour box they call it. And I just was like, oh my god, this is my dream of having a drawing system like this. But I could sketch like really rough building designs or multi-block designs. If I was able to do it like freehand. Right now, using the mouse, it is really hard. It's not intuitive. Using a mouse to draw, it's not intuitive at all. Yeah. So if I was to do a whole bunch of sketches of all the different multi-blocks, it would be rough to do something like that. It would not come easy. But yeah, I saw this toolbox of, being able to zoom and rotate and pick the different tools with all the things, and I was like, that would be so great. But the again, anybody who has worked with immersive engineering knows the kind of design I'm going for here, right? The alloy oven, when you create it, is built using like a 3x3x3 brick system. But when it forms, it has this angular design, and then it's the tool that has the blowers on each side. And so that is an important thing. And I want to replicate that as best as I can. Shape will be angular with a wide base. Will support blowers, electric powered blowers to speed up crafting times on either side of the oven. All right. And I will let you ponder on that for a second while I take a quick bio break. Okay, so back to the alloy oven. Now, here is where I sort of I think I'm gonna tangent from the feature if you've experienced this in immersive engineering. So in immersive engineering, the alloy oven is a slow but consistently steady way of creating steel. You put iron ingots in, you put coke in, and you get steel out. Which is fine. The way that it's built is fine. But watching some there's a video I posted a little bit ago in, I think, my members channel. There is a yet another create add-on mod for Minecraft called The Factory Must Grow, which is a direct like a direct line from the Factorio community. The factory must grow. And it is built around oil refining and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of that mod, when I was watching it, a lot of the functionality and the look and feel of that mod was directly associated with what I've been imagining for Vintage Engineering, right? Most of that stuff is going to be in the MV tier. So we're not tackling we're not going to tackle oil or anything like that in the LV tier. That's all MV. And one of the things they covered in there was the making of steel. And because steel kind of made up the majority of that mod, and the way that it was made was you would create it in a blast furnace, but it would create molten steel, and then that would have to be sent out to remember, this is all based on Create, so there was a casting squirter thing that would squirt the ingots and cast them like that. So in watching that, I thought, like, what would the components be required to support something like that for Vintage Engineering, right? So this early tier of metals, right? Introducing the concept of molten metal. We already have pipes. We could easily add a variety of pipe for molten metals, right? That is fairly straightforward. Adding that, basically, let's see, going in here, going transport, pipe use, and adding casting pipe, just like that. It's a special kind of pipe. Oh, Jesus. God damn, I don't want to select the goddamn thing. Okay. So here's my thought. The alloy oven would be basically named blasting oven. Okay. Still support the blowers on each side, right? So here's my thought. The metals or nuggets or ingots metal bit. You can see exclude by type. Obviously, we could easily remove these from being excluded, but that's handbook. So it's metal bit dash blister steel, metal bit dash lead solder, metal bit dash whatever the metal is. Alloys, how are alloys done? Lead solder is an alloy, silver solder is an alloy, but brass is also an alloy. So where, pray tell, is brass rock salt? What is that? That's interesting. ilmenite. Ilmenite is that's titanium, platinum, and then chromite. Galena, casterite, ilmenite, copper, malachite, limonite. Yeah, combustible props. So all of these are metals, and you have melting point. I don't know what melting duration is. Maybe that's how long it takes for each nugget to melt. Melted ratio, 20. That is your 20-to-1 ratio, right? It takes 20 of these nuggets to make an ingot. That's where that comes from. Because each nugget is 5 metal, quote unquote metal. So what I want to try to do is in this feature cover or support not only all the base game metals, but basically support mod added metals as well, as long as they conform to how the base game stuff is defined. Right? If you define your own metal, if you introduce your if you introduce your own metal, we'll go back to metal bit. I like that better. If you introduce your own metal bit or metal type, as long as you have like combustible props, right? As long as you have this basic prop, smelted stack, ingot, as long as you conform to that, I would like to be able to generate a list of molten metals based on all of the metals in the game. And I don't know how many I honestly don't know how many there are in the base game, but the alloys, recipes, alloy, so like brass defines the alloy, electrum, and I know there's a mod that like radically like has adds a lot. I think it was called like expanded matter, and then there's several others that add more metals for whatever reason. I don't know why you need more, but the number of metals in the game as it is quite high. So cupronickel, electrum, solder, molybdecalcose. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Before this game, I never heard of that. And then 3 different kinds of bronzes. But yeah, there's several that should be in here that are not. But basically, what I'd like to do is support molten metals and alloys and cast them using some hybrid system where we have a casting table that you put you have those molds, those casting molds, and you can just use those and then cast, like just continually cast it, right? Have a little, just, a sprinkling of interaction, right? A sprinkling of manual work to put in, but then automate it from there, right? So we could introduce a ingot cast, which is already done. There's already an ingot cast in the game. And then have that ingot cast over a casting spout, and then be able to pipe in the molten metal. So the problems to solve would be, how do you generate the molten metal? What do you use to generate that? What do you generate the molten metals like at runtime? And that would encompass all of the metals, all of the alloys. Like you would just, as part of the boot up process for the mod, you just generate all of these metals with all of these different properties, and then that is what the casting system uses. That prevents you from needing to define a JSON for every type of metal, and that covers all of the mod added metals and alloys as well. It would just generate all of those metals, and it would just basically generate a code for the items, right? It's not a block, it's an item. You're not going to be able to place a block, you're not going to place a bucket of molten molten steel or anything like that. So the alloy oven, or the blasting oven rather, is a way to melt these down to get the raw material. So the one problem is, okay, how do you generate the list of metals to start with? And then onto that, how do you alloy them? What mechanism, what process do you use to alloy them? And then we can look at, oh, that's bright. That is so, oh my God, that's bright. We can look at what is it called? Boy. Really? You're going to go onto that? I want to drag. Come on now. I think my mouse is going out. What is going on? I can't drag the window? There we go. Jesus. I think this mouse. I've gone through like 5 mice since starting this channel. So what is the thing called in the game? I can't even remember. Not cauldron. What is it called that you smelt the metals in? You put it in the fireplace? Crucible. Crucible. Not the QP Tech Crucible. Really? What's Block Entity Fire Pit? Okay. Melting duration. So the item stack, since there's no like crucible, there must be something in here that detects whether or not there's a crucible or something. Collectible.combustible props. What would the can smelt input? Collectible that can smelt. What is this check? Combustible prompts? Okay, so that means probably looking at nuggets, not block types, item types, resource, nugget. Where would the alloys be? Yeah, half the battle is trying to figure out how the base game does stuff. So when you add in what's interesting about the fire pit is you'd think that there'd be a bunch of code in the Crucible that would do that, but no, it's not. It's all in the fire pit. Smelt items. That do smelt. Transform the item into its smelted variant. So, smelted stack. But, what happens with an alloy? How does the alloying work? Cooking time. Custom renderer just for the contents. Jesus. There are so many. When you actually start debugging the game, there are so many renderers already in the game. I just did a base check in my test world. There were over 200 generic renderers. I don't even have that many renderers. Like my machines, the renders for those were broken out, and only like one or two. I'm talking like base game, like just renderer, right? Just like a generic renderer. There were over 200. Crazy. I don't know where the metal alloy match smeltable stack alloy recipe used by get metal alloys can smelt block smelting container. It's in the block? Stacks.get ingredients. If props does not equal null and not props dot requires. So why is this in the block? Oh my god. Oh man. I wish there was consistency in this game. Oh my god, I really wish there was. Get matching alloy. Alloy recipe, get metal alloys. So that metal alloys, that's an API call. We can grab that. A list of alloys, no problem. Alloys of I.matches our stacks. That's easy to calculate. Use smelted where applicable. Yeah. And then, so this kind of thing is pretty easy to do outside of this. So we could grab all the alloys. Like when you do stuff in the block, here's my problem with this. there's no way that I've found thus far to have block code or unique values to the block. Right? A block, you could have 50 items in the game. They're all sharing the same block. All of them. So the same code, the same objects, the same variables are all shared by all of the blocks, right? You could have 50 fire pits. They're all the same block. So when you grab something specific, right? Get ingredients temperature, right? That is getting the ingredients temperature for that instance, right? That location. And the only way to do that is to use the ingredients list, which you're passing in anyway. So why not put this in the block entity and you don't even have to pass it the ingredient, right? If you put it in the block entity, that's the ingredients in that specific instance, right? And it's inventory anyway. There is no inventory in the block. Inventories are in block entities because block entities are unique. When you place the block, if it has a block entity, it creates a new instance of that block entity specific to that location. Unique. So putting a bunch of stuff in the block that just accesses the block entity anyway doesn't make sense to me. And it's really confusing because then you look at the block entity of the fire pit and there's like weird calls to the block and it's just like, just put it all in the block entity. Like why? The block should be your basic like rendering, animation, visual stuff. The actual block itself, all of the textures and animation and particle effects, that's the block. Block entity is like the meat, the bones of the actual thing and how it works and ticking and all that kind of stuff. So having all of this stuff like spread over two different objects is just so annoying. Like, do smelt? Why are we smelting in the block? That makes no sense. We're literally passing in like all of the stuff, right? We're passing it all in. Why are we doing this in the block? It doesn't make any sense to me. If you're like, oh, well, that's because the block is rendered and it needs access. No, the rendering stuff, it has to access the block entity anyway. Because it needs to know what's in it. So it has to look at it anyway. There is no unique information for the block, right? There's no variables in here that are unique to this, like, let's call it XYZ position. There's nothing unique about it. So you can't store Boolean flat. You can't do any of that stuff with blocks. So it's just frustrating when you run into things like that, where it's just like, get melting point. Well, you don't. Why? Get melting point. You're calling the collectible anyway. Why don't put this code in the collectible? Pass all this stuff into the collectible and do everything there. Anyway, now, do we want to deal with any of this shit? That's the thing. Oh my God, that's LibreOffice really needs a dark mode if it doesn't already have it. I just haven't been able to find it because Jesus, it needs a dark mode bad. Just like, you don't have to. Oh man, it makes it just visual. I don't care. I don't need to print a black page with white text, but it sure would be nice to have it visually showing me that. But anyway, do I want to deal with that right now? This is the question. Is the alloying, the casting, is this stuff what I want to do now? Or do we want to introduce that later? Because if we do it now, then there's an expectation that we also do it later. Or not doing it now and just directly smelting directly smelting metals into ingots. It breaks a lot of the game. Like, it breaks like the immersion. You're not casting these things, you're not letting them cool. Even though there's a new change, and the new version of the game they're working on, if you try to cool a mold with water, it'll actually break the mold. Yeah, it shatters the mold when you try to cool it, which is the developers, Tyrone, to his credit, but he will not stop until this game is so goddamn hard to play. Every little thing has to be the hardest it can possibly be, and it's like, yeah, I love the game, but Jesus, at least make it fun. Is it a crime to make something fun for a change? But yeah, it's crazy how brutally hard the vanilla game is. It's so hard. And every update, they seem to make it harder. So, yeah. Anyway, part of me thinks this process should be slow, but easier to manage than the base game cementation furnace, and faster. And the blowers is a added feature where you're going to be able to speed up the craft in the first place. But in this case, it's going to be the alloy or the blasting oven itself. I'm on the fence. I have no idea what people would want. Ingot creation, which that's a pretty, it's not simple, but it's a pretty straightforward formula. Basically nuggets to whatever, or introducing all the fluid. The base game, when you have a crucible, what it's weird that I want to see if we can track down. Is that going to be an item type? Or is it a block? Crucible. Block smelted container. That so the crucible is a block, and when you burn it, oh no, burned. Okay, so here's the craziness. Class by type, right? So this is block class, not block entity. So burned is when you, after you fire it, right? Before you fire it, it's raw. After you fire it, it's burned. Everything is burned. Every clay item that you fire, like bowls and all that kind of stuff, are all burned. That's after, so it's basically ready to use. Then, if you melt something in it, and it has melted stuff in it, it becomes this, smelted. Right? So now you have in fire pit props, crucible smelted, shelvable, crucible burned. God, stop coming up with those things. Like, I understand all the JSON is malformed in the base game. I understand that. Stop with the thing. Which is why all my JSON is all properly quoted and stuff, because I got really tired of all the red. Look at all the red over here. Like, it's just, it was too much to ask for them to properly format their JSON. Anyway, interesting. Max heatable temp. You can only heat it up to 1200 degrees. That's interesting. So cooking container. This is how many slots are in it. Storage type. That's probably just the flags. Yeah, attributes. So the crucible burned is the block smelting container. Which is what we're actually looking at, believe it or not. Why is this not? I wanted to scroll to this thing. So this is the unfire, or basically unmelted. And then this one is the melted. So get held item info has solidified. So this tells you, like, when you look at it, it's like molten X or solid or cool or whatever it says. But I'm sure, interesting. Where entity class, there it is. Smelted container. So smelted is the one holding fluids, yes. So there is the entity here. Burned, it does not have one. It's only after it's smelted. So that would probably be block entity smelted container. No. Block entity smelted container. Yeah. Why wasn't it in here? Maybe I just didn't see it. Initialize tick listener every half second. So this is basically cooling off the contents. And then the number of units, and then the contents. So the item stack defines what it is, but the units defines how much is in it, which is interesting. That there would be an item stack. My guess is it defines the item stack as like an ingot of something, right? Which is why when you look at it, it's like 100 units of iron, right? The iron is coming from the item stack contents, but it's the units coming from here. To tree attributes, from tree attributes. Really, really, really basic block entity. Really basic. It spits out random particles. Basically, it's smoking as you're holding it. So, like, and then the temperature obviously gets the temperature of the contents. So I think what it's doing, it's sort of abstracting away the I'm lost. Resource nugget. Item nugget is just for displaying the yields. So is it metal bit? Item nugget. Oh. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's, nuggets and metal bits are basically the same thing. I don't know why the game needed two different iterations of the exact same thing, but, yeah. Nuggets are kind of what you get when you break the ore, the chunks, and then you get the nuggets out. So I'm going to go with that. But yeah, the smelted stack, I think this is what that stack is. And then the units is the multiplier of how many like bits or nuggets you started with. And it sort of reverse engineers like the ingot. Where is... There's got to be something. Smelted ratio is 20-1 ingots. So it must be just multiplied by that or something. I don't know. Okay, block smelted container. This is where you're pouring it. I'm just trying to get a sense. I usually do all this stuff off camera. I just try to get a sense of how the base game is doing something. How does it calculate when something is smelted? Do smelt, right? Get ingredients, cooking slots provider. So you pass in basically the slots from the crucible. You're getting those ingredients in the stacks, which is another call, right? Because this is in the block, nothing is instanced. So you have to kind of pass in all of the unique instance values. So you could actually set this to static, and just because you're passing in all of the relevant information, the function itself does not rely on any instanced version of the class. It's just using everything that's built in here, or everything that's passed in. So this basically do smelt output stack. This is your item stack, block, get block, smelted. Okay, so this is this is actually getting the crucible type. And then we're setting that crucible type alloy equals null. Okay, so we're checking our alloy on all the stacks. And then we're resolved item stack alloy.out. So if alloy does not equal null, then do this. If alloy equals null, which means we're not making an alloy, then do the rest. Which is probably exactly the same function, just pulling data from somewhere else. Yeah, it's fairly similar. Alloy.get total output quantity. So yeah, a lot of the alloy stuff is built in, so that'll be really handy to be able to use that. My biggest issue, yeah, here, get total output quantity times 100. Right, you're actually checking what this is returning is how many ingots, and then you're saying I need that times 100 because it's 100, so it's a hard-coded value of units per ingot to 100. In this case, there's no way, unless you did a weird patch, there's no way to change that ratio. So it's 100 units per ingot. And then you're setting the contents. And the set contents, we've seen this in the fluid block system. You're basically setting the block, some weird system for block contents. Output stack, item stack, stack. So we're setting output stack, smelted stack. This is the so output stack, that's the crucible. Smelted stack is what's going into it. And then the number of units is the calculated number of units. We're setting the temperature of the thing, of the crucible. Output slot. Okay, so this is what moves the crucible is what this it moves the crucible into the output slot. So it pops that over, sets the input to null. Cooking slot provider. Cooking slots. Right. So the cooking slots, these are the slots inside the crucible. Or inside the... It's actually technically inside the fire pit. The fire pit is where the slots are. Putting the crucible in the fire pit, all that does is enable those slots, right? All it does is say, oh, I need these 4 slots. Or however many slots you have. And so cooking slot provider is actually the fire pit, and we're just going through and clearing out all of those item stacks. Just all of that stuff. Matched smeltable stack. So if it's not an alloy, basically do the same thing, only instead of being an alloy, it's just a regular old the match, right? The smeltable stack. So I mean, we could do something similar for the alloy, but hey, there's an Os. Howdy, sir.
Hello.
Maybe I can ask you.
Sure.
So there's 2 divergent things, 2 divergent ways for the alloy oven. I'm sort of been building the design for the alloy oven. Or the blasting oven, whatever we call it. So method one would be creating. Oh my God, that's bright. I look at myself in OBS and it's like it's like I have the sun in front of me.
Yeah.
But so option one is using the blasting oven to create basically molten versions of all the metals, and then having those pipe in custom casting pipes into casting basins that are then pumping out like ingots and stuff, right? So that would essentially require an extra machine, a casting machine. So that sort of system is like the frozen factory in Fortresscraft, right? The tier 4 metals in Fortresscraft used the blasting furnace and then the casting basin. So that's that methodology. Or the other way, the mutually exclusive other way, would be the blasting oven itself would create the ingots, and it would just spit ingots out. Maybe the ingots would be hot when they spit out or something. Like, I don't know what they would be, but like those are two ways of doing this. And you know, I'm conflicted on what would be, as far as the LV tier, the very beginning. Like, what would be what would be the preferred way of doing it? Because either way, it's, you know, I can do it. It's just like the casting system way. I'm not sure how to define the fluids, right? Like some hybrid system for defining the fluids for the metals, because I would want to define those or build that list at runtime. Because if a mod adds alloys or new metals, I would want as much as possible Vintage Engineering to just support that at, you know, when it runs. It just is like, oh, I've got a new alloy of whatever, right? And so just as long as they define it in vanilla terms, right, which I would imagine they would, to be able to even craft it in vanilla game, or craft it using vanilla mechanics, they would have to define it the same way every other alloy is defined, right?
Yeah.
But the alloying system, I can do that. Detecting, you know. So question one is which way to go for the LV tier down the road. Like, we can do, if we get to HV and we have an arc smelter, we can do something complex there and be like, oh man, to beef up speed of production, we can add more, you know, we can add more to the process to be able to push out more. But early days, it needs to be somewhat slow and a little bit more, I don't know, manual or involved. I'm just not sure how complex to make it, because this is the last major feature that, once it's done, basically all of QP Tech is covered, and we'll be able to basically convert everything over.
Yeah. So what I would do is, for the LV tier, I would leave it simplistic. You just get the ingot straight out of the machine.
And just make it
I
slow.
might even, yeah, make it well, not necessarily even slow. Slower, yes. But the big advantage is in the higher tier is that you'll be able to have different casting basins, different shapes. So you could get the rods or the, you know, gears or whatever just straight out of
right.
The fluid.
See, I tend to agree with that. That
Yeah.
the early game is convenient, but, you know, maybe like to get steel is going to be faster than the cementation furnace. It's going to be faster than that. It has to be, because why would you build it otherwise?
Yeah.
But it's going to make ingots. And now the flip side to that is, okay, if we create the ingots directly in the blasting oven, for one, do the ingots come out hot?
I would say yes.
Okay, so the ingots come out hot, which would allow you to feed them directly into more machines, right? Because most of my metal, like the metal press, most of those recipes require the ingot to be heated. It has to be hot to go into it, right? It has to be at least the working temperature, which, if it's not defined in JSON, is half the melting temperature. So coming out hot is convenient because you'd be able to basically pipe the ingots directly into, say, a metal press and make plates out of them, or rods, right? If they're hot, you wouldn't have to then heat them up again. So that would be a way to encourage automation, certainly, and a way to get a lot of materials faster. But it's still manual, because you couldn't. I mean, you could technically do like a round robin if you're spitting like, copper here to make plates, copper here to make rods, whatever. Like there'd be a way to do that. Okay, so that puts down the road a little bit the whole like casting system, because I would agree that like an alloy or an arc furnace, like an HV tier arc furnace, is going to be able to smelt shit incredibly fast. So much so that you're going to need a whole lot of material. My only worry is the mixing of material. Is what if you have a bunch of iron, smelted in the blast furnace, and then you go in and you add a bunch of copper nuggets to smelt down. Does the blasting furnace only have one quote unquote tank that it can have for like, can it only craft one thing at a time? And my instinct is yes. You're gonna have to craft one thing at a time, and you're gonna have to know your goddamn alloy recipes. And there can be an indication in the GUI whether or not there's a valid recipe. Because if there's leftover nuggets, that's a problem. And there can't be any leftover nuggets or metal bits or whatever you put in there, right? If you put if there's leftover ones, it's not going to be valid. Same way with like a crucible. When you add stuff to the crucible, that alloy, it tells you how much you're going to get out of it. The issue for me is, like, what do we use for fuel? And how fast should it craft? Because this is the two machines that I'm working on the design of right now. Neither of the machines themselves use power. The alloy oven, or the blasting oven, and the creosote oven, they themselves don't use power. They use fuel. So the next problem to solve is, when you're adding nuggets to the blasting oven, you're saying, okay, I want nuggets in here. When do you like engage the craft? Because
you're almost going to have to put in the interface not necessarily limiters, what's the right word? Goals. Cutoff points. Only process when X meets Y.
Well, there's almost going to have to be a methodology to lock down the input slots.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to have a set of input slots. I have to use the bathroom. God damn it, I'll be right back.
And hey again, guys. Thanks for the welcome.
Okay. Yeah, drinking 6 cups of coffee in 2 hours is not a good idea. So my big issue is when this thing is in the middle of quote unquote crafting whatever nuggets you have in there, right? And then you go in and you add a few more. What happens? So the for the issues, okay, so let's quantify this. Oven will directly craft. God, this is so bright. Will directly craft ingots from nuggets, metal bits. Ingots will come out hot. Melting temp minus like some percent of melting temp, minus 10% maybe. Let's do melting temp times 0.9. 90%. So 10% off of melting point. So it's just barely, but extremely hot. I don't want them to be at melting point because I don't know what happens in the game when you heat up like an iron ingot to the melting point. I don't know. I actually don't know what happens in the game when you do that. So oven will directly craft ingots from nuggets, metal bits. Ingots will come out hot, and be allowed to move into other crafting machines via pipes.
Nice catch there, Zolkin.
This is the pipe not connecting on chunk border. Not connecting.
I wonder if maybe that was the chunk wasn't loaded, like the chunk with the machine in it.
That's my assumption. It's really, how did you find out that it was the chunk border doing that? I've yet to find a way of drawing the borders in the game. If there's a command that draws chunk boundaries, let me know, because I've been trying to figure out how to do that for a long time. Yeah, that would be a bug in... That would be a bug in the initialized routine. If a chunk is unloaded and then loaded, it's a pure visual thing. It's still part of the same network. So the connection breaking, it's purely visual. It's just because one block wasn't loaded, it didn't see that the other block was there, so it just didn't. When the mark pipe dirty, when this call was done, the neighboring block wasn't loaded, so it wasn't connected. And then when it loaded, it didn't, for some reason, it didn't call. Yeah, so yeah, it's in here somewhere, but it's purely visual. It's not like it removed it from the network. It's still part of the same network. But yeah, that would be probably in there somewhere. My guess anyway. But yeah, it would be a purely visual thing. Okay, so oven will directly craft ingots from nuggets metal bits. Ingots will come out hot and be allowed to move into other crafting machines via pipes. I'm fine with that. The other thing with the blasting oven, similar to the alloy oven in immersive engineering, was the blowers. You could have two powered blowers, one on each side, and that would speed up the oven's crafting time. Oven crafting time. How do we specify this? So every other machine outside of these two, the crafting speed is derived from the power per second of the machine. These are the only two machines in the LV tier, probably in the entire mod. These are the only two machines that won't have a power per second because they don't directly have power connections. Now the blowers can. They'll have power wire connections that you'll be able to use. And then they will speed up the alloy oven because the alloy oven will just look on either side of itself and be like, hey, is there a blower over here? And is there a blower over here? Right? One blower will increase it by X percent, and two blowers will increase it by another X percent. And so, but how do we define the crafting time? Right? Do we define it based on the fuel you put in?
Yeah, that's a good
debug
question.
wireframe chunk. Okay, I'm going to write that down because that's a good. And it's a dot. Interesting. It's a client side. Debug wireframe chunk. I have a little post-it note that I have debug commands on because. Anyway, okay, so I have the creosote oven. Let me tell you, the creosote oven uses fuel, and it's the fuel quality that impacts the crafting speed. So what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was going to say that, I think that the blast oven should speed up or slow down based on the fuel.
Yeah. So the fuel, if we look here, Coke, and I try to look at vanilla values because that's the best way to do it. So Coke has a burn temperature of 1340. Charcoal, if I can find it, has a burn temperature of 1300. Really, it's that close? 1340 to 1300? I hate that there's not really any reason to make Coke in the base game. I don't know why they have it, but it's just like burn duration 40 versus 40. Like, it's a 40-degree difference. Like what? There must be a really specific metal that has a melting temperature specific enough to require Coke, but be high enough to not support charcoal. There must be a really specific metal or something that has that. I know in my mod I made Coke like way better. Like I made it burn like, I don't even remember what I said of that, like 1900 degrees or something. But, and then, I
thought vanilla charcoal was like 900 or something.
No, these are vanilla. So vanilla burn temperature charcoal 1300.
Weird.
And then if we look at ore ungraded, bituminous coal, yeah, this is where the coal. Grinding props, crushing props, combustible props. Lignite 1100, bituminous coal 1200, anthracite 1200. Yeah, the fact that you use the same props for stuff that you can burn as well as stuff that you can smelt is annoying to me. Right? Burn temperature versus melting point, right? Like, it's the same props. Why not have two different props? Why not have like fuel props and metal props or something like that? Wouldn't that make more sense? Anyway, so that's a very narrow window, 1100 degrees to 1340 for when you're talking about the grade of fuel. So we have to come up with some formula based on burn temperature. So oven crafting time will directly relate to burn temperature of the fuel used. Wow. Fuel used in the oven. I just can't type. I'm finding there's a disconnect between my brain and my fingers more and more and more as they get older. It's weird sometimes. I'll look at what I type and go, I did not want to type that at all. Like, my fingers just hit keys and it was just like, that's not the word I wanted. It's just bizarre. I don't know if it's like a sign of going crazy or what, but man, it's weird that there's
what it might be, because I've gone through something similar. My as my hands, the like pain and like crackleness in them, if that's a word, as that progressed, I noticed that my one of my hands would slow down a little and not hit the keys as quickly, whereas my other hand
that was
types
my instinct. Was my mind is thinking much faster than my fingers are able to go, and so I will just like miss keys because my fingers are trying to keep up with what I'm thinking, and it's just like I'll look at it and go, "What? How the hell did I get that so wrong?" It's because my fingers were just way far ahead of, or trying to keep up with what I was trying to type, and it was just like they just get confused. Oh, before I forget, miracles can happen.
Oh,
the people who lived
got laid?
That not in a long time. The people behind me, right? The little white trash folks behind me in that tiny little house with all those barking dogs, they moved out. They're not over there anymore. Over the last couple of days, they've been moving out, and there's 2 giant no trespassing signs on each of the doors. Something went down. I don't know if the landlord like kicked their asses out because of the obvious disaster that was inside the house. But it's a tiny, when I say tiny house, it's about the size of like a 2-car garage, right? If you had like 2 doors for garage doors, that's about the footprint, right? It's not very big. The whole house is not very big. And yet they had 4 little dogs, 3 adults, and 2 children in that house. That I was able to see over the last many months, couple years. And they would just leave, right? So there's 2 front doors, 1 on each side. I don't know what the building was originally, why there's 2 doors. But each, I mean, if you even divided the house in half, they would be so tiny, like efficiency doesn't even cover it. So why there's 2 front doors, I don't know. But they would leave one of the doors open, and the dogs would just have free reign, in and out whenever they wanted. Like, crazy. I cannot imagine the state of what that house looks like inside. But yeah, it's been bark free for like 3 days, and oh my god, it's been several years of just I can't have a window open. I couldn't have a window open when I streamed because those dogs would be just barking up a storm just constantly. And we're talking like barking 1, 2 in the morning. I mean, they're leaving that door open. The dogs are coming and going as they want, and it's 2 in the morning and they're barking at bugs or bats or whatever, right? And so 2 in the morning, they're out there barking like 4 little yippy dogs. I don't know. I don't know what was the straw, but karma's a bitch, and I am glad that they got booted out of, or whatever. I don't know what happened, but they're gone. Anyway, well, my glasses. Okay, so oven crafting time will directly relate to the burn temperature of the fuel used in the oven. 1100 to 1340 vanilla values. So some formula based on that. If we take let's say we take the temp minus, let's take the how do we want to do this? How do we make the higher numbers faster? If we take the temp minus 1100, burn temp minus 1100, that'll get us anywhere from 0 to 340. Okay. I'm just spitballing a formula here. This is not by any means final, but this is, sometimes it's hard to come up with a formula, and I just want to kind of go through, like, we're gonna go through this process. So burn time minus 1100. That'll get us the baseline. So the crappiest coal will get us, that'll be 0, right? Like the lignite, that'll be the 0. And so we'll have the seconds, craft seconds, times divided by 100. So the values, just they're really simple here, right? So craft seconds would be something like, let's say craft seconds default, and this could easily be set in JSON, defaults to 120. 2 minutes. I mean, this could be literally any number. So don't, like, this could, I don't know, this could be the recipe. We could easily have the recipe define this, right? Craft seconds defined in the machine JSON defaults to 120, for example. So craft seconds times burn temp minus 1100, which gives us a value of 0 to 340, right? Dividing that by 100, 0 divided by 100 is 0. But like lignite, which is 1200, which would be 100. 1200 burn temp would be 1200 minus 1100, which would be 100, divided by 100 would be 1. So craft seconds times 1 which is 1. That doesn't do it. I want that to be a 10%. So you divide this by 1,000. Which would be 0.1, which would be 100 minus. I want it to be a percent, right? A percent of something. And I'm trying to build that, and my brain is breaking. Burn temp. So let's say it's 340. Let's say the top tier. 340 minus 1,100. That is 240. No. Yeah, 240 divided by 1,000, which would be 0.24. Essentially, yeah. .24 1 minus that. So 1 minus the top tier metal would, or the top tier fuel vanilla value would be 24% faster than the base fuel. And then if I do my fuel, my coke is what is my coke? And I hope YouTube doesn't confuse the coke that I'm referring to. Coal Coke, YouTube. Coal Coke. For God's sakes.
Well, it's YouTube, so of course they're going to.
Yeah. I think I have the mod installed in here. H Coke. 1900. That's what I have mine set at. I thought it might be 1900. So 1900 burn temp would be 1900 minus 1100 is 800 divided by 1,000 is 0.8. 1 minus 0.8 would be 0.2. So that would be 80% faster to craft with my modded coke. Now, the problem would be we would need a failsafe in this, because somebody could add an insane fuel, right? An insane fuel and flip this negative, which would be bad. It would be very bad. So we would have to do something like max of 10, and then this would be craft seconds, right? So math.max is a little helper function, and it takes two values and gives you the bigger value, right? So what this would do is say, if this formula ever goes bad, then give me 10, right? 10 seconds. Or I could even set this to like 5 as a minimum, right? 5 seconds to craft. That's a pretty fast, I mean, that's a fast oven. 5 seconds for an ingot, that's spitting them out fast. But that would help, in my instance, let's say my default. See, this is the problem here, is if we're looking at this per ingot, or we're looking at this per like mass craft of ingots, right? Are we crafting 50 ingots at a time, or is this going to spit out one every X seconds? And I'm leaning towards the latter, because that's kind of how QP Tech does it, and it's a little bit easier to manage. But like, we're going to need a possible... How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this process and not have people... I'm trying to kind of dummy proof this to not allow people to go in and just completely scramble it. So, inputs, should we do the same input, like four stacks is input, similar to how the Crucible is, or should we expand on that? I think four allows you to do many. I mean, that's a lot of alloy potential and it conforms to the base game, which is kind of what I'm going for. So,
I'd probably stick with the base game.
Machine inventory. Look at that. Inventory. Input 4x input slot. 1 melted slot for in progress casting. 1 output slot. 1 output slot? Now that we have pipes, like, I can be way more restrictive on my outputs, because then you're gonna be forced to have to push this out. But 1 output slot. So the reason I have this, right? The reason I have the melted slot is, when you put a bunch of nuggets in there, and you say, like, you're like, okay, the number of nuggets that are in there is going to craft whatever, 400 units of brass. And then you can put fuel in there. Now, how do we restrict tweaking with those nuggets as they're melting? Do we just say it's up to the user not to touch that? Or can we basically like lock it down and say, essentially like closing the machine and be like, all right, we're just going to let those cook? Because once they're melted, right, once they hit their melting temperature, the process of basically creating that casting fluid, this is the best I can call it, is to push all of that into a separate sort of tank of the melted slots, and then the crafting time of the ingots, right, comes from that. Is the melted slot to the ingots is then derived from some sort of event, like ticking event, like every whatever. The biggest issue is, for one, the temperature, right? When you create an item stack, you have to set its temperature. And then when you merge that item stack with an existing stack, the temperatures get averaged. So the longer something is in the output slot, the cooler it's going to be, which will cool down the average temperature of everything added thereafter, right? So your average temperature is going to start to drop unless you get it out of there really fast and you push it into another machine. It's going to be toasty warm. It's going to be very, very close to its melting point. But that will, for one, you've got to heat up all the input, so that's going to take time. We can basically use like base game formulas for that, heating that stuff up, which crafts seconds. But then, how long per ingot? Should that, what should the ingots be spit out? I think I don't know what QP Tech did. Jesus. This is some nasty code. The other thing is a custom recipe set. Blasting oven recipe. Because there is not a alloy for steel, which is one of the primary reasons for making this thing, is it's going to be easier to make steel. We look at alloy, you can see steel is not in here. So we are going to need to be able to specify an alloy, or, well, yeah, see, the problem is we can't define an alloy recipe, as you can see in the ingredients. Ingot lead, ingot tin. But you don't really, I don't know how often, but you don't really put ingots in, right? So the alloy recipe is really specifically geared towards like looking at ingot copper and going, you know what? We're not going to just support ingots. We're also going to support metal bits from copper. We're going to support nuggets from copper. And so there's probably code inside the alloy recipe itself to accept that. The problem is, like, coal or coke even doesn't have probably the variable. So if you tried to put, let's say we do a custom steel recipe alloy, we say, okay, ingot dash iron, and we say, let's say 90% iron, like 90 to 95% iron. And then we do another item where we do coke, or we introduce coke dust, let's say. And then we say that is 5 to 10% of coke. Now, the problem is coke doesn't have the same tags. And so if we look at alloy recipe, metal alloys, alloy recipe. This merge and compare stacks. Yeah, this has got a bunch of that. Match smeltable stack alloy. Good lord. That is a custom stack. I'm just trying to find like where it's probably under resolve. Okay, that's fine. Matches. Ratio. Min ratio and max ratio. This is the Match multiple stack alloy. Item stack metal alloy ingredient. Yeah, combustible props. Melted stack. So if we look at straight up ingots, you can see smelted stack, which matches, but if we look at coke, combustible props does not have that. So it would be very, very bad. I'm not 100% sure if anybody has ever tried Pool exists. Metal alloy ingredient. Get ingredient 4. Nice misspelling there. Get ingredient. See, I'm not the only one that types wrong. It's in the base game, for God's sakes. Get ingredient. Merge stacks.add. I'm trying to find, like, is there a way, like, if anybody's ever tried adding an alloy recipe where you put, like, coke, for
the first tier oven, you might want to just set the requirement that you need an X grade of fuel to be able to make steel. Since you're requiring a fuel, not
I could say, like, you have to use coke. That,
yeah,
you know, coke is a requirement to make steel. It's not a requirement to make it in the base, like the cementation furnace. It's not a requirement to use it there. Because you can put charcoal in the coffin thing and get steel. But I want to encourage, I want to have coke need a reason to make it. Like, you're going to need a reason to make it in large amounts. And
alternatively, you could make it not a requirement, but like a significant time difference if you use coal coke instead.
Well, the way that I have my recipes and stuff done up till now, I have a way. I have a methodology already that basically specifies a requirement for a certain recipe. So if you look at how I've developed the recipes in, say, the metal press, if we look at them like the metal plates, I have in there a attribute. So I inherently support attributes in the recipe. And I can put literally anything in here that I want if I want to have recipes that require this. So I could easily make a recipe set where the input, the ingredient input, kind of would be basically like ingot iron. And then the output would be ingot steel, but the requirements, right, requires whatever. Requires fuel. Well, I could just make up a tag, right? I can put literally anything in here. And I can add a requirement for that, or a temperature. But a fuel would be a good one because certain fuels would be better. And then instead of power per craft, the recipe could have whatever. And then I could specify. Well, see, this is the problem with a custom recipe is I want to also support vanilla metals and crafting and stuff. And so I don't want to define all my own stuff, nor do I want them to conflict with one another. So if you put a bunch of iron in, right? If you put a bunch of like iron nuggets in, how do you determine whether to make steel or whether to make iron ingot? What is the determining factor on that? Now we could either have a secondary input, and if the secondary input is used, we could even restrict it to coke. We could say this is only a coke input, but that I don't like that. I don't like having a item slot that is just one thing in a generic machine, because then people are like, well, we could even define it as like carbon. Here's the carbon slot, or like, are there any other metal alloys that could possibly take some weird random ingredient? Lime or something like that. Like I'm not a metallurgist, I'm not a material guy, so there might be something out there that you could add an extra slot for. So if the extra slot is used, then it would look at what recipes are defined for the machine. Because
possibly aluminum or gold. The vanilla gold though is straightforward, so probably not gold. But yeah, aluminum, I would say probably.
What would be aluminum's additive?
Oh man, trying to think from other games what additive it is. Usually it's like an acid or something.
Because if memory serves, and I watched a special on this years ago, the primary way of making aluminum is using electricity in vast amounts. They use electrolysis for making aluminum. So I do plan on having an advanced process to make aluminum where you're going to need it for some advanced thing, because you can go out, you can mine bauxite. You can get bauxite stones in vast amounts. Turning it into aluminum, though, I definitely want to support that. But that's more of an MV or even an HV tier sort of thing, right? That's like an arc smelter. You put a bunch of bauxite in there, and using a obscene amount of power, turning it into aluminum, like a new metal. And then that is what you can use that to craft like nuclear, like fuel rods and stuff like that. Like I said before when I started the stream, each tier of the game, LV, MV, HV, is going to introduce some unique characteristics about that. Some problems you're gonna have to solve, something new and interesting that you're gonna have to work into and work on. And so in the LV tier, it's everything, right? It's creating the creosote, it's creating the metals and the smithing and learning how to craft the machines, and all of that is going to be LV tier. And then MV tier is going to be all about refining oil and getting fuels and building your power base and building your factory on that. And so it's mostly going to be around liquids and fluids in terms of like crude oil, diesel, LPG, a lot. There's a lot of options, a lot of ability to play with that, and that'll make up the bulk of MV tier. Is massively expanding the power generation capabilities, as well as bigger versions of several machines. And then the HV tier is going to be advanced processing the highest tier machines, as well as going down like a nuclear power, like massive system. And that's how I've kind of broken up all of that, where vintage engineering is designed to supply the power and the ability to craft whatever other modders can think of, right? Another modder can be like, well, I want to make a farming mod, but I don't want to reinvent power. I don't want to reinvent moving items back and forth. Well, my mod is built for that. You can include your own machine, include all of your own intermediates, add recipes to all of my machines to craft those ingredients, and voila, you have not only power, but a way to craft that stuff, and then you can focus on the functionality of your farming automation, not power system, right? So my mod, the desire was my mod encourages and creates sort of a wider array of possible automation. But one other element of MB tier is mechanical to electrical generation. If you've got a big windmill that you built as a primitive technology, and this windmill is not needed because now you have electricity, or you have a grinder that you're powering, I'm going to have part of MB a system that you're going to be able to convert that mechanical power into electrical power, and then using batteries and stuff be able to support that. But that's going to be part of MB. So as far as like defining recipes, I think maybe using the 4 input metals, or 4 metal input slots, and then one extra input slot. Will define whether or not to use base game smelting or custom recipe. Okay. Blasting oven recipe. 1 to 4 input ingredients. Requires stack attribute. Requires stack count attribute. And say retire stack, count. Or num, require stack. Require stack count. And the reason I put these in attributes is the base game loads these things really easily. Adding a custom weird tag, you have input, you have output, right? You have these blocks in the recipe. You have this recipe sort of schema. The base game loads that really easily. If I were to define like input, if I pull up a recipe here, if I were to define, right, you have ingredients and then you have outputs, right? If I were to define a custom one of these, let's say instead of ingredients and outputs, it was like extra. I would need to basically roll my own recipe loader because it wouldn't load that. It wouldn't expect that. Nor would it match the object itself. So the attributes, it does load. It does have the ability to load any arbitrary thing in here. And so that's why I use the attributes, is I can use the Vanilla Games loader and then based on those attributes, customize whatever recipe that I'm loading. So that's why I use the attributes, because it's a base game sort of thing. Power per craft, that is a thing that I load. I have to load manually. Requires stack count, defines an extra required ingredient, required non-metal ingredient, coke or steel. See, I don't know why, like, why the little dash here doesn't do the dash. I don't understand. Okay. Required stack count defines how many. Oh, now it works. Defines how many. How many defines the count per craft used of the requires stack. Okay. Custom recipe set. Blasting oven recipe. 1 to 4 input ingredients. One output as a stack and unit count. How does this? Right, so if we define, how would we define this in terms of a multiple of something? So we would have to say, okay, 1 to 4 input ingredients, blasting oven recipe, defined as crafting a single item. Steel ingot. Defined as crafting a single item. So the recipe is like, what does it take to make one of these, right? So 1 iron ingot. And then there's going to be a lot of like massive amount of math behind the scenes to sort of quantify that in terms of like if you put in nuggets or metal bits, like trying to figure out what the ratio is. And since we know pretty much hard coded in terms of like how much it is per smelted ratio. So it takes 20 of these to make 1 of this. And then, So using the base game thing, the alloy or this blast furnace would still put out iron bloom because it's going to look, you're going to put hematite in there and it's going to be like, oh, I know what to spit out. I'm going to spit out iron bloom, and you're going to get iron bloom out. That's base game stuff. So we would have, how I would have to have a custom detection for iron. Otherwise, the alloy oven is gonna spit out iron bloom, and I don't know if I want to do that. Is that a thing we wanted to do? That could be an early game version of that. Because I know my mod, I forget which mod it is. It might be Ores of Plenty. I override these, and it skips iron bloom and goes right to iron ingot. When you smelt these down.
Well, yeah, that's a tough question. Because by the time they get to that tier, they've already worked over that system before. So
and they would, well, yeah, but people at the time getting to this would have like a Helvhammer. They would have a Helvhammer that would process those. I would imagine, because that's the base game way of quote unquote automating this, would be using a Helvhammer. Now it's still massively manual, even a Helvhammer, but my mod, I basically override the 3 different types of iron: hematite, limonite, and there's one other one, yeah, magnetite. And I think where if we go to no, it's not Ores of Plenty. Nope, maybe it is. Survival item types, resource, ingot. Yep, here it is. Muscle props, limonite, smelted stack, code, ingot, iron. So this right here, these 3 patches in my Ores of Plenty mod is what takes it from iron bloom into iron. And it also reduces the melting point so you can craft in the crucible. So I made irons, makeable in the crucible just because we were going through so much of it. I did not find it at all fun processing each ingot at a time with the iron bloom. I just did not enjoy that process whatsoever. And as we added mods and there was more and more iron, especially like the drawers, when we added those, a single drawer upgrade was several ingots, and it was just a crazy amount of manual crafting for that, and I didn't find any of that fun. So yes, if a mod overrides that, we're good to go there. Otherwise, God, do we?
Here's a thought. Maybe make it an upgrade. So it works the annoying way to start off with, and then you put in an upgrade into the system, and then it gives you the access to the easy way.
Yeah, that is actually doable because the blasting furnace or blasting oven is going to support the blowers.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to put a blower on each side of it so I can detect, hey, are these blowers going? In this specific case of the iron, have a special case in there where if we are creating iron, create the iron ingot and just code it to do that. Or in the recipe, yeah, so what I can do for the recipe, oh my eyes. Requires blower attribute defines requires blower. If true, the recipe will override a vanilla smelting. Or even other, I mean, yeah. So the alloy oven on its own, which would smelt, X speed, would make you iron bloom. And it would do it, I think, faster than you would get them otherwise. And they would come out hot. And there would be enough time in between the blooms, you could probably, maybe, pound out the ingot in that time. If there's like a 2-minute delay. But they're going to come out hot, and you'd be able to shuffle them into a Hellhammer or whatever. I don't even, it's honest. I've never set up a Hellhammer. I've never even used it. I just had no interest. I had no interest in getting that to work. Plus the sound and just the banging, I just couldn't imagine being in a base with one of those things running. Plus you lose all of the bits. I usually use the Anvil recovery mod, which hasn't been updated in a while, but when you're taking bits off of something, you get certain percentage of those back, and you could make a new thing with those, right? You could make another iron bloom if you really wanted to. So if you have the blower on, requires blower, if true, the recipe will override vanilla smelting. Require blower count attribute. Valid values. Star 1, 2. I want to put 0, not star. 0 being any of 1 or 2. Is there? No. Well, we don't need 0. 1 or 2. Is there one blower? Is there 2 blowers? If this is a 1 and the thing has 2, then it's still true. So I didn't need an any because 1 covers 2. No, 2 covers, whatever. If it has 1 blower, if you just, if you build 1, which you can do, If the recipe is just one, then you're covered. If you have 2 blowers on it and the recipe is 1, you're still covered. So I don't need a any on there. Blower count, if it doesn't exist, then it doesn't need it. But if requires blower is true and blower count is not set, it will default to 1. Defaults to 1 if requires blower is true. So, now casting to ingots, so let's do a quick example recipe. I swear to God, my mouse button, my left mouse button, I think is going out. Because I'll click it and like try to drag a thing, and it's like the mouse, it lets go. It's like it doesn't take the whole, like, I'm holding it down, but it's like lets go. So I think, yeah. I've loved this mouse. This is a Logitech G502. This has been a great mouse. But I've been using it for several years. I've literally worn like the rubber side of it off. My pinky has worn. Yeah, I'm at my computer a lot. So if we do an example, let me do I want recipes. Alloy oven, we're going to change this blasting oven. Right? So let me just grab a quick, doesn't really matter, and do steel. And we'll do a quick example of this. Code blasting steel. Attributes. So power per craft, I think we're going to change to... hate not having enough space. Crafting time. Specifies the base time to craft a single item. Okay. So instead of power per craft, the only machine to do crafting time, and that's going to be in seconds. So this will be, let's just do 120, 2 minutes. Is that too much? Like, is that too long? 2 minutes in between ingots? That's kind of a long time. Let's do.
Yeah, it seems a little long.
30 or 60. 30 or 60 people. Give me a number. 30 or 60. 30 seconds per ingot.
Oh.
20 seconds. Like,
yeah, let's say 30.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Okay. No, I didn't want to triple click. No, stop doing that. Item. Oh. Or was it stack size? I think it was stack size. Stack size. For some reason you have quantity here, but stack size here. But I think they're basically the same thing. So attributes, again, we're going to have requires stack this will be game Coke requires stack count 1 requires blower true requires blower count 2. I try to, when my recipes and all my example recipes, if you look at my machines, I try to at least have at least one recipe that kind of defines like all of the options for the recipe. That way people coming in looking at the recipes can kind of get a feel for what's supported and what isn't. But I'm pretty sure game-coke is it. There's no there's no variants. But if a mod adds like Coke dust, one of the reasons why I don't have a lot of intermediates being crafted is there are so many goddamn mods that do exactly the same thing. So if somebody pushes a mod like that out, where they're just like, oh, I'll have dust variants of everything, that's on them to then support my mod, right? To add recipes to use their ingredients. If somebody wants to create a mod that bridges the two together, then that's more power to them. But I can't, in the creation of this mod, it is so monumentally large and so complex, I can't spend time supporting every little mod that comes out and adding little catches and little, like there's a mod out there that completely breaks the log splitter recipe. Like you literally crash the game when you look at the log splitter recipe because they removed the damn axe head from the game. They redid the entire tool system. They removed the axe head. And so when you look at the log splitter recipe, one of the things you need to include in that recipe is the axe head. Since they removed it, the thing crashes because it's like, this is not valid. I've fixed the crash. I've added a handler in there to try to mitigate that. But if a modder flatly removes base game materials, it's on them to ensure their mod is compatible, right? If you're adding to the game, then you really don't need to worry about it. But if you're flat out removing fundamental things from this game, you need to be responsible for that. So making vintage engineering is, I am not going to have 50 different little patches to try to detect and alter recipes for my mod. Like I cannot, that would just take me months to go through all of the mod hub and just the variegated mods that are out there. I can't do that. So I try.
Supporting your own mod is difficult enough. You can't support everybody else's mod in addition.
Yeah, I can't. It would just bog me down like crazy. So if you have a mod that you're working on, if you have something you're working on and you break vintage engineering, it's not my responsibility to then fix vintage engineering to support your mod. Right now, it's your responsibility to not break vintage engineering. I'm sorry, that's just how it is right now. There may come a day when I have time or somebody else can do little patches. I mean, that's why you can do pull requests. I'm not against it. I just myself can't spend time supporting each and every little mod. I just can't. So I try, like in my recipes, I try to do as much as I can to allow the user to learn how to do this. But again,
a good rule of thumb: don't break the base game.
Yeah. Don't flatly remove something the base game uses, because that, if you add on to things, certainly, right? You can add combustible props. You can add grinding props. You can add functions like that to the base game materials, and my grinder will just use that, right? You just set it into grind mode and it uses grinding props. You can set it into crush mode and it just looks for crushing props. That's the base game stuff, right? If you invent your own tag and you invent your own machine that uses that tag, you can't expect one of my machines to look at that tag. That's what I'm like. That's the baseline. You can't invent your own thing or remove something from the game and to be like, oh, everybody needs to support this. It's your responsibility to do that. Like if I was flatly removing elements of vintage story, like if I was just overriding something fundamental with the game, like it's hard for me to imagine that, because I would never do that, because it's like there are too many mods that tweak and alter stuff. I wouldn't want to mess with that system. So here's a good example: blasting steel, enable true. Game requires coke, requires 1 coke per ingot, right? It's a lot, but we're gonna have a better way of making coke down the road. Maybe even do it in the creosote oven. I'm not 100% sure. That could be possible. But it's going to require like a top tier furnace, right? 2 blowers. You're going to need coke in there. So crafting time 30. This is time to craft one of these from basically the pool of melted material that's in there. Okay, and then fuel. Do I have a fuel slot in there? I don't. I need a fuel slot. 1 fuel slot. Burn temp will alter craft seconds. Okay, so here's an interesting. Okay, we have 2 things for this machine that can alter the speed of it. We have the fuel with the burn temperature, and I've already specified that as altering the craft seconds. And then we have the actual craft of the ingots, right? So we have 30 seconds to craft the ingots. Now, the fuel time, the burn temperature, I don't see as really having an impact in the ingot crafting time, right? Because your temperature is your temperature. Like your how high does your temperature go kind of defines. So there's an interesting like. Yeah. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, hit that like button. The temperature. Here's what's interesting: is the iron smelting temperature. If we go down to ingot, Ingot copper is 1084. 1171. Meteoric iron 1476. Ingot iron 1482. For some reason, iron is a higher temp than meteoric iron. I don't know why, but nickel 1325. Steel 1502. Blister steel 1602. Chromium 1907. Jesus. Platinum 1707. Titanium 6. What? Platinum has a higher melting point than titanium? What? I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I thought platinum was like a soft metal, but no, it's almost 100 degrees difference. And these are in Celsius too, by the way. So here's how I see the relationship. Let me get this back, the brightness. Machine inventory, let's do heading 3. Custom recipe set, heading 3. No, this was not heading 3. I don't understand sometimes. I just don't understand why things suck so much. There we go. Fuel slot. Burn temp affects time to smelt. Input. Okay. So if we look, we have the melting duration on all these. So melt duration equals, right, 30 seconds, but I think that's multiplied by the amount you're actually doing, right? So 1 ingot is 30 seconds. 2 ingots is a minute. I think it's multiplied. We can check that. See if we can't track down melting duration. How many seconds the temperature has to be above the melting point for that to be smelted? So if we look at this variable and we see who's reading this variable, get melting duration. This is, okay, this is getting this, but who uses this? Not uses, used by. I love DNSpy. God, DNSpy is the absolute bestest. Max cooking time. Inputs. I understand you're returning this value. Defaults to 30. Where's the multiplier? Get melting duration. Single duration times stack size. Okay, yes. So it is a flat multiplier. That's what I thought, but it's nice to have confirmation. So if you're smelting 100 ingots, you're going to be sitting here for 5 minutes, right? 30 seconds. 2 would be a minute. 10 would be 5 minutes. Right? Yeah, that sounds about right. 10 ingots. you're going to be sitting there smelting. You're going to be sitting there, and it has to be at temperature for that long amount of time. It's not once it hits that temperature, then it hits. It has to be at temperature for that amount of time, and then it melts. So melting duration is would be altered by the fuel, right? So the higher tier fuels would melt it faster. The higher the burn temperature. Was there a way to know what would be the best way to do that? Would be the melt temperature. Melting point. Melting point. Let's get rid of math.max for a second and just think about this. So we have two things that can alter the speed of the craft, and two different crafting processes that we have to think about. We have the melting temperature, which I want to alter with better fuels. The better the fuel, the higher the temperature of the fuel, the faster it goes. But also when there's blowers, that will increase the temperature. When you actively blow air into a fire, it heats up a lot, which is why you see billows in like a blacksmith, right? You see the billows pushing air into a fire. It massively increases the temperature. So we have melt duration. So we have the base melt duration times stack this stack size, whatever. Okay, so that's the multiple. That's how many ingots you're making, right? Melt duration times how many you're making. I'm not going to concern myself with nuggets and stuff because that's a really simple, like, oh, you just multiply that. It is what it is. So melt duration times stack size. That gives you the total melt duration of the whole input. And then we want to multiply that by some fraction, right? Some percent of the burn temperature. And then we want to include the blowers into that. So could we just burn temp is the temperature of the fuel. So you just do fuel burn temp minus 1100, which gives us in the base game a 0 to 340 number. We divide that by 1,000, which gives us a percent, basically, 0 to 0.34. 1 minus that gives us the percent left, and then we multiply the stack by that. So in the base game, the most you're going to take off is 34% off of the melting duration with the top tier fuel, which is Coke. I think Coke has the highest burn temp. Pretty sure we looked at all of those. So a 34% betterment. Now, what should we do with the burner or the blower? What should we do to alter this? What is okay, if we have two blowers, powered blowers, active, what is the most percent gain of speed? Like, what percent of each blower should we have? 10%? Like, what should we do? I don't want to alter the burn temperature. I just want to alter the melt duration, right? So this here would be plus num blowers times something. 10%, 5%. Like what is the result here? I mean, we can go 10% for now.
Yeah, I think 10% is a good starting point.
Because one blower would be, shaving 10% of the time off. Two blowers would be 20%, basically.
Plus, we're also talking, this is the LV tier.
Right. This is basic tier. And we have this. And then I can say, well, let me do craft here and then take this. I want to get this onto one line. There we go. Okay. So melt duration is the total stack size times 1 minus this. Fuel burn temp minus 1100. So this gives us between 0 and 340. It actually gives us between 0 and 0.34. So 34%. And then this gives us a maximum of 0.2, which is 20%. So the best case scenario, your melting duration will be reduced by 54%. At the best case. That is using coke as fuel with 2 powered burners all running. You're looking at little over half of a crafting time, which I think is fine. I think that's actually really good. A 50% max benefit. And then we need to do a math.max on this, I think, to ensure that we don't get crazy. Because let's say we have my Coke, right? And which I left in the White House. But let's say we have mine and that Coke has 1900 temperature. So we say 1900 temperature is we do this math, that's 800 divided by 1000, it's 0.8, right? So 0.8, which is 80%, and we add another 20% on that, which is 1. So 1 minus 1 is 0. So we're multiplying the melt duration by 0, which gives you 0. That's a problem. That's instant crafting. So I think we need a maximum value of a benefit from fuel burn temp. Right? I think we need a maximum value from this. If we have this. So math.max of what would be our minimum value here? Fuel burn temp minus 1100 divided by 1000. Like, what is the most percent that we want our fuel benefit to give us? I think was 40, 50%. One of those two. 40, 50%. So, because if we have 50% plus 2 blowers, that's another 20%, that's 70% savings. I think that's more than plenty. Right? So, this now gives us the absolute top most benefit of 70%. The most benefit, regardless of what the fuel does. Now that's the melt duration. Craft seconds, or craft time. What is the crafting time? I need to take another quick bow break. I'll be right back while you think of that. Okay. Crafting time, which is the ingot crafting time. So each ingot the crafting time is set in the crafting time is set in the recipe, or it defaults. Crafting time. Find the machine JSON. Defaults to 30 for vanilla recipes. Always. So crafting time here. Do we want our blowers? The burn temperature, like the fuel burn stuff, that's not even relevant to this. This is just pushing ingots out. Do we want our blowers to affect that? That's the first question.
My instinct says no, but maybe.
And why is that? Because if we're solidifying, like, imagine a system where you're pouring metal into an ingot and it has to solidify just enough to get popped into the output, right? Now, that's not happening inside. It's just, they're just numbers being shuffled around. But one would think if you have active air blowing on it, right, that it's cooling down just a little bit faster and it's able to push out ingots just a little bit faster. I'm not talking about a massive difference. I'm talking about just enough to make it, make the blowers, that much more worthwhile to put in there. Because the blowers are going to be expensive. The blowers are really where you're going to need the steel to even build this thing. Because you're not going to be able to build this without actually creating some steel first. So the blowers are where the steel is going to come in. You're going to need the steel to do it.
But the blowers are blowing in essentially more oxygen into the system.
Right, but
That's
as
like
they go
the primary
in, they
effect.
could be cooling. Right, they could be actively cooling an ingot and then blowing into the firebox to heat up the fire to create the higher temperatures. Right, you can have moving air doing both things, which is
True.
when they have like systems for boilers for power gen, they usually funnel their exhaust through the water intake to preheat the water, and then it boils or whatever. So
Yeah,
I'm saying
well,
like
that does make sense.
I'm saying a maybe if we look at a maximum impact of, we could even specify a hard number of seconds to reduce, or a percent.
It would seem to me that would be more of a secondary upgrade, but
because they also
if
need
you want to
power,
just
right? You have to supply the
right,
blowers with power. So you have to have a power system up and running. So it's not just like, oh, you put the blowers in and you're good. You're going to need to power them, and they are going to be needed to be on, right? They're going to need to be actively on in order to be working, in order to count towards this. So it's not just like a free upgrade. You're going to need an active power supply or a power system to be able to support this. So it's not a free upgrade. It's a constant. It's a you're going to have to make sure that you're going to have enough power. The blowers themselves are not going to require that much power. Maybe, I don't know, 1 LV generator or maybe 2 LV generators, one for each blower. I don't know what the ratio is. What would feel right.
Yeah, it's something you'll have to dial in as you play test.
Yeah. Or have other people play test.
Yeah.
Getting feedback on like, this is too slow, this is too fast, this feels like it's too easy. That kind of feedback would be nice. But the LV tier is very soon going to be at a point where that feedback will be important. Because I have my way of playing, which is very different from the average sort of way of playing. I don't like things being grindy, where a lot of people like really grindy things. And so, having the need of 2 generators, you're going to need, if you have 2 generators operational, you're going to need a tree farm of some kind. You're going to need log splitters to process the firewood that you're going to feed into the LV generators. Pipe systems, you're going to need extruders or smithing for pipes. Like, the factory, you're going to be able to automate a lot of this, except for the trees, because there's no tree farming system yet. So growing and planting trees is going to be manual, but the process of creating firewood and stuff, you'll be able to funnel all of that into the generators and have at least some sort of system in place. So the crafting time, I think at most, like 10% is 3 seconds. I don't think that's enough. I think at most, at the absolute most with 2 blowers, 30 seconds could become 20 seconds. At most. So is 20 seconds too fast? 30 seconds per ingot, right? Imagine you're in a game and you hear this like and then and so you're sitting there and you're hearing the ingots. Now, I know in QP Tech it's much faster than 30 seconds. I don't exactly know exactly how much it is. I don't even know what machine does it. Processing time. That's 1 second. This is likely in milliseconds. Pour start time plus processing time. That's a second. Trust me when I say Quentin, bless his heart, learned a lot making QP Tech. But Jesus, the code base is it's nasty. It's really bad. Use power. There's no like I can't remember offhand. Fluid pipe. Sim scanner. Auto crafter. Can't remember the exact setup anymore, but crafting time equals crafting time minus blowers num blowers times 0.05. No, times 5. Removes either 0 to 10 seconds from ingot craft time. Okay. So this takes a maximum of 10 seconds. So each ingot is a 20-second craft. And again, the default will be settable in JSON. So there will have to be a math.max of 0 in here. Actually, let's do so num blowers times 5, crafting time minus. We might need, rather than it being around this one, need it to be around this one. Because if somebody sets, let's say somebody sets the ingot craft, do a JSON patch. This is the kind of thing that, these are the sort of edge cases when I design these features that there's just an infinite amount of edge cases. If somebody through a JSON patch goes in and says, I want my ingots to craft every 5 seconds, right? By default, 5 seconds. So it comes in here, and when it calculates the crafting time, it goes crafting time, which is 5 seconds, minus, and if there's 2 blowers on it, that's 10. So 5 seconds minus 10 is -5. Crafting time is -5. Blah. So we are going to need a minimum math.min of 1 second. Right? So 1 second is the absolute minimum. 1 second per craft. So that really ensures that whatever this value starts with, crafting time, whatever defaults to, because again, we're gonna be setting them in here as well, right? So this crafting time will be used if that recipe is used. And then the num blowers times 5 is the 1 or 2, so or 0. 0 times 5 is 0, so that's fine. Math.min, is it max? It might be max. Because crafting time minus this, if crafting time, let's say crafting time is 100. Yeah, I think this is max, not min. Because if crafting time starts really, really low, then this goes negative, and max gives you that 1. Right? Max between 1 and like negative 10. Well, it's going to give you 1. It's not going to give you negative 10. Yeah, the game's code is riddled with times where you have math.max or math.min to try to cover all your bases. So melt duration is modified by the number of blowers. Crafting time is modified also by the number of blowers. And then the burn temperature we need as well. Because when you can, again, the if you are feeding via blowers, you're going to be able to raise the temperature. Now, I don't know if there's some formula out there. Is there a formula to determine how hot coals get with air supply? Mm-hmm. Ow. Influence of air supply. Really? It's a research paper? Oh, I have to download the PDF? What? I don't know. If there is, let me know. This is always something that can be tweaked later on. But, God, this monitor has such a bad burn-in problem. Like, seriously bad burn-in.
Really?
Yeah, the one I have over here, my brother sent me, this is one of his old monitors. It's an Asus. It's like a nice monitor. It's got higher than an HD. It's like 1044. Like, it's a higher than HD, but it's not like Ultra HD, but it is higher resolution. But, oh my God, it's bad. The burn-in is bad. Like, I have a preview window of the stream going, and the white of my stream here, like I can move the window over. God, my mouse is Jesus Christ. I'm trying to click Why are you doing what you're doing? I can move the window over, and the white that you see on the screen, right? There's a little box up on the top as my preview. I can move the window over, and there's a ghost. There's a ghost of that white box there. And that happens anytime there's a sort of a bright white anything on that monitor. I can move it over, and it's so bad. But yeah. Which surprise I mean, it's an Asus monitor, so that really surprises me that is a problem, but I guess it is what it is.
Yeah, they usually try to have pretty high quality stuff.
Yeah, in my experience, Asus was usually pretty damn good. Like literally every single one of my monitors are Asus right now. The two on each side were my brother sent to me from his old systems. And then the one in the middle I've had for quite a while now. But yeah, Asus, I've always been really happy with this. So the burn temp, we want to alter with the blowers as well. So we'll be able to support the smelting of things and stuff. Right? Blister steel, nickel, even platinum or titanium at 1668 or 1770. We want to be able to get to these or exceed these temperatures with base game fuel with blowers. So we have to figure out what amount for the base game values. Now, again, I'm assuming somebody is not going to be using my Ores of Plenty mod, right? Or at the very least, removing the feature of the Ores of Plenty mod to make stuff more approachable. And I might strip out this functionality from Ores of Plenty once we get this feature implemented, just because there'll be a way to actually do it now. So I'm definitely going to plan on having the Ores of Plenty and some of the other mods change and evolve depending on vintage engineering. So there'll be a variety of like the Angel Belt, right? There'll be an Angel Belt variety that I'll have where it will require power, and you'll have to put it into a charger to charge it up with power, and then while you're flying, it'll use that power. So that's definitely something that's going to happen. Which reminds me, we need a charger, a simple charger for LV tier as well. So to get to the highest temperature, I think is chromium 1907. Okay, I think that's the highest temperature on here. I don't know if uranium is on here. It would surprise me if it was, because they usually skip it. Exclude by type, yeah. So chromium, platinum, titanium, stainless steel, uranium are excluded. But chromium, I thought for sure chromium was in here. Chromium. Yeah, 1907. I'm not sure on the other excluded materials, but if chromium is in here, is everything else in here? No. Uranium, I don't think is in here. I don't know what the melting point of uranium is. I'm kind of scared to Google it.
Yeah.
That's the one thing. It's like, oh, if somebody just knows what it is, let me know. I don't really want to Google the term like melting point of uranium. Maybe look it up on the wiki. Just go to the wiki and just look up uranium and see if it actually lists it in there. But calculator time. So Coke is 1340. And chromium is 1907. So if we take 1907 minus 1340, that is a difference of 567 degrees between vanilla Coke's burn temperature and chromium's melting point. 567 degrees. So what percentage of that, 567 divided by 1340, is 42%. We would have to boost the burn temperature 42% in order to be able to melt chromium with the blast furnace, with the blast oven, which we can do if each blower increases, let's say it increases the burn temperature by 25%, which would allow, like, your base game metals, like lignite is 1100 times 1.25 is 1375. So even with lignite as a fuel, you would be able to melt most everything. I mean, you'd be able to do nickel, not meteoric iron, not iron. So, I mean, I think that 25% each blower, I think would be a good burn temp times num blowers times 0.25. So 0 times 0.25 would be 0. Oh, we can't times by 0. Burn temp num blowers 0.25 will give us 0, 0.25, or 0.5. This would be 1 plus, right? So 1 plus 0 would be 1. Burn temp times 1 is burn temp. Num blowers, let's say it's both blowers, 0.25, which would be 0.5. 2 times 0.25 is 0.5. 1 plus 0.5 is 1.5. Burn temp times 1.5 gives you the higher burn temp. Right? I think that is good to go on that. A very, very simple thing. Increases the burn temperature, which then gets used, right? But I think this burn temperature might be the original. If we alter that burn temperature, what possible values does that give us? Does that go crazy? Because if we have the burn temp with the num blowers, let's say we have Coke plus 2 blowers, which would be 1340 times 1.5 is 2010. Minus 1100 is 910. Divided by 1000 is 91. So math.max would do 0.5 because it's floored, right? It's or ceilinged. It's absolutely ceilinged to 50%. So it really doesn't matter what burn temperature. It's just we would just get there faster with blowers. We would get up to that max 50% much faster. Even probably lignite which is 1100 times 1.5, is 1650 minus 1100, 550. Yeah, we would hit even lignite with 2 blowers would peak that out at 50%. And then it would be obviously actually 70%. So we might use the original burn temp in this calculation. This calculation is like the machine, like what is it? What temperature is it going to for the nuggets? And what can we I want to make sure to cover all of the metal types. Now if memory serves, like what has the highest melting point? Dear God. Bull. Jesus. Hafnium carbon nitride, carbonitride, hafnium carbonitride, melting point 4,000 Celsius.
Jeez. Tungsten, I know, is up there too.
Of all the elements, tungsten has the highest melting point, reaching approximately 3,400 C. Woo. Woo. Wow.
Yeah.
6,100 Fahrenheit. 3,400 C. We would have to.
Warm day.
We would have to introduce a new fuel to be able to do that, or only support it with the arc smelter, because the arc smelter, when we get there a year from now or 2 years from now, the arc smelter is going to use obscene amounts of power, but it's going to be able to pretty much, it's going to chew through anything really, really fast. You're going to be able to just constantly feed it nuggets, and it's just going to be like, give me more, give me more, give me more. It's going to be just nonstop.
I think one method that they use to smelt tungsten with like, lower power usage is by combining multiple methods. So you have the power, but then you also have the smelter to warm it up part of the way, or the burning a fuel.
Yeah, you would have to almost alloy it with something to make it even workable, but that might, so they use it in incandescent light bulbs. So how do they refine it even for that? Because you'd need it to be as pure as possible for that, because if it has impurities, it lowers the melting point and literally negates the purpose of having it be a filament. And I know, they've had it for a while, because the first light bulbs were using it, I think. Even Edison. I mean, the guy tested 10,000 different filament types. He had to have tested everything, right? I don't know if he did it or he had minions do it, but I'm assuming he had the minions do it. He just told everybody, "Hey, test all of these things for filaments, and I'll take the credit." So,
yeah, those little yellow bastards have been around for a while.
So we I know it's nitty gritty details, ironing out the formulas, but this is the kind of thing, when I'm sitting here programming at 11 o'clock at night and I'm thinking about this, I just usually go to bed because it's my mind can't wrap around it. So coming up with it now will save me the time and allow me to come back and refer to it, as well as get people commenting on it and giving feedback. So crafting time, math.max, an absolute minimum of a second. Minimum of a second. And then this will be the base burn temperature, get us more in line with like variables. Because, yeah, if we have blowers on it, it just negates this completely. It just negates it. It just maxes it out no matter what fuel you use. And I'm pretty sure there's a mod out there that adds tungsten. So I haven't looked. There's so many. There's at least two or three mods that just add metals. That's all they do. They don't really do much with them. They're just like, here's a whole bunch of metals. Because it's really easy to do those mods. You know, unfortunately, it's super easy to do those. So the feature itself, custom recipe set, the blasting oven recipe, will define a single item and then we'll just multiply whatever we smelt. Now, the big question is, when you put the ingots in and the fuel, do we want to lock down the inputs? Or allow them to be edited? Because as it's heating up, right, those ingots, just like the base game, those ingots are going to be heating up. And once they hit temperature, which they can do fast, right? Melt duration, crafting time. So the melt duration, this is how long it takes them once they're at temperature, right? Once they're at temperature, this is how long it takes them to melt into whatever they're making. So the time it takes to heat up, machine heat time is also based on blowers. Machine heat time. Well, that could be like a vanilla value, a vanilla process. Everything that heats up in the vanilla game is done the same way. Or at least it used to be. Something is weird with the Forge now. I covered it in the stream today. I don't know if there's a bug with the Forge, but yeah, something's weird with the Forge right now. Temp gain, hours passed. Because yeah, I don't know if anybody has experience with this or is able to test. But if I pop into the game really quick here, there's nothing quick about doing debug mode, but I usually start debug mode just in case there's a problem. Plus it's just F5 and I can just hit that easy. Okay. Yeah, I have this going on back here. You can see copper ingot. You can see it's not heating up. It's very, very slow. And I've even like put a thing over the top to see if it heats up any faster if it's got shelter. But nothing seems to work. And yeah, I don't know if this is a base game Forge. Like I've not touched any of this code. You can see it's kind of going up now. Little bits, 127, 128. Now, if you want to figure out like how does it calculate the working temperature if it doesn't exist in the game or if it doesn't exist as a tag, if we look at ingot copper, you look at melting point, right? There's no tag in here for workable temperature, right? If there was attributes workable temperature, this takes precedence. If this doesn't exist, the way the game calculates it is just take half of the melting point, right? Is the working temperature, the workable temperature, which allows you to put it on an anvil and use it. So half of this is 542 degrees. So in the game, you have to wait until this thing is 542 degrees. What? Why? Why is this taking so long? If somebody can like, I don't know, have a purely vanilla game, like purely vanilla, give yourself, or at least give yourself, I did find a difference between giving yourself a forge and then crafting a forge. I don't know if there was a difference, putting a bunch of charcoal in there and then putting some copper ingots. Like, why is this taking so long? That is, it's like, it doesn't make sense why this is taking so long. This should heat up really, really fast. Again, this was a issue when I started testing the bug that was submitted with the electric forge, and I had updated the game in order to do a release. The next release is going to be on the most updated version of the game. Like then I ran into this problem, and I was like, I don't know if this is a base game thing, or if, God forbid, something is interfering with it. I don't think it is. I'm not editing the melting or the temperature of the copper. I'm not editing any of that. So if somebody knows, let me know. But if you really get impatient, you can just toss it in here and heat this puppy up like crazy. The formula for heating this up is different from the base game. The higher the temperature it is, it sort of plateaus, right? The curve sort of flattens out. It still goes up, but it takes a while to get to that last percent, right? So there's your copper ingot, and if I put that on here, you can see, right? You can see it's good to go there. It will go up to like 1100 degrees. It like maxes out at 1100. But it's workable now, right? You can work it now as whatever it is. Look how slow that is. Like, that's crazy. Anyway, yeah, that's got to be a base game bug. It's got to be. Anyway, there is a bug. Oh no, I guess it's fixed. No, it is a bug. It's not a bug when it's not the extractor, right? But when it is, actually that tells me there might be something weird. Sometimes bugs exist because there's a block entity that's corrupted. Yeah, this is just one. This is likely this one, but not this one. So if I disconnect, or if I change that, and then re-enable that, pushes 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Why is this not? Oh, yeah. There is a bug. with the pipes. Should we switch gears and try to fix that bug? There's a bug where if something is full, it doesn't move to the next thing, right? It doesn't detect whether something is full. So if a tank is full, like this one, it's not filling this one up, right? So both of these are seeing this tank first and then this one. If I remove this tank will start to fill up, right? So this one here, right, is getting filled by this one because this is a 0 distance where this one is like a 1 distance or a 2 distance. So this one is filling this one up because it's closer. This one is not because it's trying to fill this one up first. So that's the bug. I'm trying to get it to... Ah, stop it. Anyway, that's the bug. Let's see if we can try to fix that. Real quick, because I want to this version of the mod. It's one of the reasons why I didn't tackle a brand new feature in code today, because I want to put out another community version of the mod. Since we are at the end of August already, I cannot believe August is already waning. I just can't believe it's already near the end. So this would be in the fluid handler, the get push slot function. How do we detect if it's full? So this item slot liquid only. Because those tanks are this interface, I know this code is what's being run. It's grabbing this get liquid auto push into slot, which is the thing here. What I can do is go to the tank. Now, if input slot inventory to slot.empty continue. The first for each here iterates through all the slots, because it's not guaranteed there's only one, right? It's not guaranteed that there's only one slot. The tank only has one, of course, but other things can have more than one. So we iterate through them and see if any of the slots match. And if they match, which is this equals, then we return it. But we don't want to return it if it's full. If from slot dot item stack dot equals What I hate about the fluids is a stack isn't a stack. That's what I hate about the fluids, is there's another layer, right? You can't just have a stack of fluid or portion, right? It is a stack of portions, but the value of the slot is in the liters, which is not the same as stack size. So just like you have to grab the props and figure out how many items per liter and do a calculation and see, hey, so if, well, let's do, God, what do I do? Jesus. I don't think there's an easy, I don't think there's a way to do this, because the inventory of slot.item stack, we're just going to have to get the container props. Water tight containable props equals block entity container dot get block, was it block liquid container base dot get containable props of inventory of slot.item stack. If my fingers sometimes just hit random keys. I'm still getting used to this keyboard, even though it's very similar to my other keyboard. It's just different enough. Props. No. Props not equal null. Sometimes the IntelliSense is a little too aggressive. Okay, so the props give us and of course I just closed. I literally just closed it. Watertight containable props gives us access to the items per liter. Okay? So props is not equal null. Int per liter equals props.items per liter. Is this int? Why would you have 0.1? Why would you? It's items per. It's a whole number. Why would you make that a float? I don't understand. So per liter, items per liter is the watertight containable props. So what's in there? What's actually in the tank is like water portion. And then items per liter is that. So if inventory of slot dot item stack dot stack size actually what maybe I don't need the props. inventory of slot.itemstack.stack size is equals to inventory of slot dot max stack size. I may not need the props, which would be great. Because I have a custom slot for my tank. Or I introduce a custom slot, item slot large liquid, that manages this max slot stack size, because it's the game really is coded to not allow a slot, any slot, to have more than the max slot stack size of any collectible, and that includes fluids. So the fluids, like most fluids, default to a max stack size of 5,000. Divided by 100, that's 50 liters. Right? 50 liters is it. So if I were to have the tank, and I would say want to support a tank that can hold 16 blocks worth of fluid, well, a block is 1,000 liters, so that's 16,000 liters. That's way more than the 5,000 here. So I would need, more slots to accommodate the capacity. And I didn't want to do that. I didn't want dummy slots. I wanted a single slot that held whatever we needed. So I created my own, right? And I swear to God, my mouse is going out. This is getting really annoying. It's weird. It's like clicking on random stuff, and I don't know. It's misbehaving. So if inventory of slot dot item stack dot stack size equals max stack size, continue. I'm going to take this away, and I'm going to remove all of this. Do that safely. Okay. So a simple check here. If they're equal, if what we're trying to push in is equal to what's already in, but the stack size equals the max stack size, the items that are in there is the maximum amount that can be in there, which means it's full, then continue. And in the case of a tank, it'll bomb it out because there's only one slot, so it only runs through this once. Then it goes through here, and it says, because we didn't match existing items, it sees if there's an empty slot. And if there is, then return the empty slot. But in the case of the tank, it only ever has one slot. So this should actually fix, theoretically, the problem, the bug. And I remember I ran into this bug, and I was like, oh, how am I going to elegantly fix that? So I'm glad I kind of walked through that on stream, fix that bug. I didn't have to fix it on the pipe side. I had to fix it on the tank side. And I have to be careful with the machine, like the mixer, because then it'll just fill all of the tanks with one type of fluid. Okay. So this is full. You can see the 0.5 going up. That's this one that's unupgraded. Right? It's slow. The 50 at a time is the other one. So this is now putting both of those in there, even though this is full. It's skipping that one, and both of these now see this. I could probably upgrade this. Let's see. Yeah, put an iron one in there. Now it should be going up 100 at a time. No. 32. What is in here? Oh, it's steel is in there. Well, that's a weird bug. Why is that? Why is that doing that? Why is it flickering like that? Yeah. This one is a steel one, which is a stack at a time, and this one is only doing a fraction of that. So it looks like it's redrawing. The GUI is redrawing itself. So that bug is fixed. I'm in 1.19.8, and the Forge is much, much faster. The version I'm testing with. I'm not touching the Forge. I'm not touching any of that code. I don't know why. I don't know why it would be so slow. So the GUI code for the pipe extraction, GUI pipe extraction, I have the hovered slot stuff in here. Oh, this is weird. Like, come on, give me the GUI. There it is. Jesus. Yeah, see, this is code that I got from that, but why would that? If hovered slot does not equal null, hover slot inventory equals base.inventory. Trigger must leave slot. What is that supposed to do? If it is null, if hovered slot equals null, this is really weird. What would cause that? I don't remember this happening in any of my other machines. This flickering that's happening. I mean, it shouldn't be redrawing that dialogue so often. So if we open up a machine, you can see I'm mousing over these, and they're just fine. Even if we go into one that we're doing this, you can see it's not flickering that, right? Okay. So it doesn't do it when it's not actively pumping stuff out. But it does it every time it updates. So what about that process? What about that tick? What happens when it ticks? That would be... I wonder if it's running that apply upgrade every time it ticks, because that would be bad. If we're just mousing over the slot, it shouldn't. It shouldn't be calling that. No, it's not. So it's not hitting that, which is fine. But what is it hitting? The GUI. Call stack. It doesn't, it just says external code. Thanks game. Show external code. Render to primary, render. Interesting. Shouldn't it? I don't understand why this is. Yeah. Why is this setup dialog being called so many times? Is that always the case? Does it really every frame? Does it call this? I didn't think it called it every frame, honestly. Oh. Okay, override slot is not equal null. So I wonder what happens if I just straight up take that away. Nope, that's not it. And just to verify that. Just to make sure. I'm going to take that whole block out. I have no idea what this will do. Nope. That's not it. What is resetting? What is resetting that? When this thing ticks, right? When this thing ticks, it's resetting it. This one will be faster, right? Because it's ticking faster. If we remove it, oh Jesus Christ! Just come on, just run it. Thank you. I removed it. You can see it's once a second. So what about the update process is redoing or is resetting that? Does anybody have any idea? when the actual extraction node ticks, update tick. Yeah, I do a stopwatch in here and I spit out if, this is just a profiling thing that if you're in your transport code and something happens, it'll spit something out into the log file. So if somebody has a obscenely large pipe system
and a transport tick takes more than 100 milliseconds, which is a tenth of a second, then that's a problem. So I spit out a log file, or I spit an item in a log. What would cause I wonder if the tick itself is doing it. It really shouldn't. It really, really shouldn't. Let's see. What could possibly be refreshing? Because what I think is happening behind the scenes is it's redrawing that dialogue, but I didn't think that setup dialogue was called every frame. So if we look at this is two references. These are two different places this is being run, right? The setup dialogue from the constructor and the setup dialogue from the enqueue, which is on the slot modified, right? So if we put a breakpoint here, I was eventually going to get there. Twiddle the thumbs. Why is this running so much? Why is this running so much? The slots are not being modified. This right here is what's causing it, I think. This should only be running on slot modified. Why is my slot being modified so much? I don't think this is running over and over and over again. This is the interaction. That should only be running when I right click it once. Yeah. Something about this setup is triggering on GUI opened, on GUI closed. Let's look at the GUI really quick here. Item slot grid. Send inventory packet. Yeah. I have to specify a custom packet because I have to encode the face of the GUI that's open. So I have to encode that, but this should only send on change. Like when there's something changed. I don't understand why this does that. I don't when I looked at the stack trace, it wasn't, the setup dialog was not getting called like from somewhere. It was being like enqueued, right? So this enqueuing is what's calling it. And so it's just constantly running because that's, for some reason, that slot is reporting as modified over and over and over and over and over again. I'm at a loss, everybody. I have no idea why that flickers like that. This is slightly different than a normal block entity because obviously each individual extraction node is its own little kind of sub block entity. I have a kind of mini like micro block system going on with the nodes, which was itself a challenging thing, but why is the inventory, which I'm passing in, right? I'm passing it in when I instantiate the extraction node, I'm passing in the node itself's inventory. Right? So here is the inventory right here. Extraction nodes of face index of inventory. So I'm passing in this inventory. It's basically the same as every other GUI I had. So I guess I'm not sure about it. It's not breaking. It's not game breaking. It's not mod breaking. It's just every time the thing updates, it triggers it to be redrawn. There's got to be something in the node that like validates this is what's run every tick. This is the code that's run. Transport tick is called. So like fluid. I wonder if this happens with the items. That would be an interesting if this happens with both fluids and items. Let's try and see. Because obviously the handler has to grab what upgrades exist, because that's based on, you know, if there's a filter in there, depending on the upgrade, so it accesses that inventory. The node is accessed by the handler. It has to be. But why that would trigger a redraw, I don't know, unless I'm doing a mark dirty, which I shouldn't. I should not be marking the node dirty at all. Okay, so this is a silver. I really don't need this. So this is not doing it. This is not doing it. You can see the items being removed, but the thing is not it's not triggering an update. So what is it about the fluid that does? Zolkin, you think you found it? You can't, unfortunately, come into stream chat. Just give me a line number. And I can work backwards from there. So the fluid, something about the transport tick on the fluid handler versus the item handler is causing the problem, or at least is causing the difference between them. Okay, let's close that, and that. I had to lock the stream chat down for when I stream, because early days, way long time ago, when the dinosaurs roamed, I had some nefarious people join voice during a stream, and it was not good. It's like ancient history at this point.
And trolls haven't exactly decreased in number.
Yeah. The opposite is actually true. The liquid pipes. Oh, right.
That's right. Shit. Completely forgot about that. What I can do, because it's like a temporary thing. So that would mean, well, would that mean that I only create that when there's a block of liquid? Right? I only do that when it's pulling from a block, which is a temporary feature, by the way, that will go away as soon as I get a pump in a single block pump done. That little fun little feature. Line 31 right there. Check the liquid slot. Yeah. I checked the slot ID. Line 31. Yeah, what I do, where is that at? That's item transport. 31 here. Nope. I don't know what line number you're actually looking at. GUI fluid. Oh. GUI fluid. Line 31. GUI pipe extraction. 31. Slot ID. So you're saying put a slot ID in here. What ID? So if slot ID is less than 2, so that's 0 and 1. But even when I do this, I'm not. Am I? So inventory get block connected to. If inventory equals null, block liquid. Portion. Pull. Item stack. There it is. Inventory. Yes. This right here, inventory of 2. Yes. Yep. Because I think when I create, is it in the pipe? No, it couldn't be in the pipe node. I don't have. Where is pipe inventory? Gen empty slots 3. Yeah. Yep. This is the special case. Yeah. So if slot ID equals 0 or slot ID equals 1, do that. That is that's the item slot or the upgrade slot and the filter slot. Either of those two. The other one is like the dummy slot. I'll probably end up stripping all that stuff out when I get the pump done. Because then the pump will do everything that I need it to do.
Look at that. Zolkin, gold star, sir, gold star. I would never have thought of that. I would have gone hours and hours and hours trying to figure out why this is being updated, not even paying attention to the fact this is there. And if I were to say, pull that away and put that there and do that and do that and then right click this, it probably would not have done it because it would have been, it would have not used that slot. It would have used this slot here. So yeah, the fact that this is coming from a block and it's basically pumping that out, Jesus, that would have been many, many hours of me trying to figure that out. Because I completely forgot that I added a dummy slot in there. I completely forgot about that. So that has been fixed, thank God. I don't think it has had an impact on the performance at all. Steel. Still cruising.
Oh, do you have extra debugging utilities, Zolkin?
He's my debugger. He might have like debugging. There's a lot of different options that you can put on. There you can, the flags and stuff you can turn on.
Yeah, it can be overwhelming.
Yeah, which is why I have a little like cheat sheet that I write some of them down because it's just like dot client config show entity debugging if you'll 1. Like that's a string that you can add that adds a crap ton of information to the screen, but I don't have that on all the time because it's super annoying. Yeah, this forge problem, like I don't know why this is so slow. I don't think I have another ingot that I can toss on there. But even putting like a plate, iron plate, like it's sitting here, like it's on there, but it's just like, okay, is it going to heat up? Like, is it going to do anything? I have no idea what's going on. Like, why is this taking so long? And the fuel is, like, not going down very fast. So, I don't understand. I don't understand why the game hates me. But, that is a weird problem. And if I go back to the thing here, you can see, where is it at? 1.19.8. So, I updated my game, and this is when this is when I noticed this problem. So, what I'm going to do is we are going to specify the version. Save all. Build, rebuild. There we go. And 0.2.4 is going to be the next public version. Then I have to go to mod. 0.2.4. And I can boom. And that is what I will put out to the community. 0.2.4, which will include the fluid tanks and the batteries and bug fixes and a little redesign of the pipes. I've been trying to keep up with everybody's contributions, or at least ensuring they're in the README on the GitHub of the people who have contributed. I do believe I have your name on there now, Zulkin, as well. So you have been given credit for contributing. Like Always Day. Yeah, I have the daytime. I have the daytime timer like massively expanded, and unfortunately I didn't write that command down. But it's like I massively expanded how long the days are. Like, because I was going through like trying just my test world. I was going through days like crazy. It was just move one after another, and it was nighttime, and I would skip ahead. And I don't want to test in a creative world. That's the thing, is I do not want to be in a creative world when I test. I did that on some of my very first mods, and it gave me a skewed sense of testing. It just didn't give me a sort of a real world test. So, do the Forge work on another world? The length of heating. Oh, really? It's depending on the length of the day? Oh my god. That's why then.
I guess that makes a little bit of sense.
Wow. Why would they do that? Oh my god. Forge. Where's that code? Block entity Forge. On client, uncommon tick. Contents, temp. Hours passed. Hours passed. Total hour. Oh my god. Calendar.total hours. Total past hours since the game started. So my guess is total hours is in-game hours, not real-world hours, but fuel level. Yeah. Wow. That's well. See, I've never altered sort of the default time passing variables outside of maybe like days per month. I've tweaked a couple times over the years in different streams that we've done, and so, but I've never increased like the length of a day. I've usually shortened it in order to stream, so more, days actually can go by when you stream. So yeah, I usually have days at like 30 or 40 minutes, and the setting that I used, I set it to like 5,000. Like, it's just crazy amount of time. So yeah, that would be why. Well, mystery solved. He solved yet another mystery today. That was driving me batty. It was driving me crazy why it was taking so long to heat up those ingots. And I think that is, I can't imagine, because I remember one guy telling me, a year or so ago, on his private server, he had in-game days set to take real world 48 hours. So 2 real days would go by in order for 1 in-game day to go by. I cannot imagine how long it took to do shit in that game. Like, oh my god. That's insane. When normally, like, the default is like an hour for a day. An hour for a day. And he has 48 hours for a day. Can you imagine how long it took just to heat up ingots? Who has that kind of... Why is it based on that? Who has that kind of time? To like, I'm going to put these ingots in the forge and then go sleep for the night. And by the time I wake up, they might be ready. That's insane to me, for something to take that long to do in the game. Why would you ever balance the game around real world hours or time passing? in that way. I understand some things, right? Plants growing, plant a big farm. If you have days, even like 12-hour days, right? 12 real hours for a day. That means it's going to be several weeks before you have a crop grown. You're going to need a big farm in order to feed yourself, because you're not going to get very many crops out. That I can kind of understand. But like heating up ingots to smith, that's a sort of a real world thing. That doesn't take, in the real world, it doesn't take 50 hours to heat up an ingot to smelt. So yeah, having a blanket way of doing that across the entire game kind of doesn't make sense to me. Certain things, sure, base it on the number of days go by, because I think plants are based on grow days, like grow time days. So if you increase the length of days, 100%, do that. But smithing ingots, I don't think should be that way, unless unless it takes you a few hours to swing your hammer. Like, yes. So when the game says 12 hours to cook your clay, it's 8. Oh my God. That's a pit kiln, baby. That would be 12 hours of a pit kiln. No, not for me. Not how I would choose to play. If you have time to burn, then more power to you. But that's not going to be what I'm going to do. And certainly not how I'm balancing the mod around that. But that is going to be it for the stream, everybody. I want to thank you all. We kind of ironed out the major points of these things. We got the creosote oven, which is a really dead easy, really simple system to create creosote, a new fluid, which is what we're going to introduce. The blasting oven, which is going to have the option of custom recipes or base game stuff, with some improvements on time to craft, which may or may, I would not imagine using the length of day for this. Like, I just couldn't imagine doing that. But anyway, oh, that's bright. Kind of ironing out what the blasting oven is for, how it crafts, how the blowers impact, the inventory that it has, the recipe, sort of the big heartbeats of the recipe, inputs, outputs, and all the requirements for the attributes. And then the blower, blasting oven blower, will have wire connection node, power entity behavior, wire connection node. That's a little little nubbin on the blower that needs a little nubbin to connect the wire to. And if memory serves, you have to have that in the original block space. The blower itself can be tall, right? You can have it be tall. But the actual wire connection point has to be somewhere in the original block. Otherwise, you get some weird behavior because of how the collision boxes and stuff work. I can experiment with that to see if it's possible to have a collision box that's like 3 blocks tall. I don't know. But the blower itself, the challenging bit with this, only placeable northeast or north-south or east-west, right? There's going to be 2 different orientations. It's going to be north-south or east-west. Either one of those. That's it. You're up, down. You're not going to place it on the side. It's just one of those 2. I don't know why I did that. Only placeable north-south or east-west. So it'll be the same design, and it'll be one end will go into the machine. So north south. How do we? No, I think. How do we do this? Placeable. I guess I can't type. Not peaceable. Okay. Placeable is not a word, but I'm making it a word, damn it. Placeable. North, east, south, west with a separate connection shape added after placement to connect to the alloy blasting oven. So the blasting oven blower will be a single machine or a single thing, right, that you place. But when you place it, it's going to look on each of its four corners or each of its four sides to see which side has the oven. And when it finds it, it'll just add a separate little shape that connects them. That eliminates the need. It would eliminate the need to actually need multiple rotations of something. Or I want to have a fan in the blower, so it needs to be placed a certain orientation. I could either rotate it upon placement. So just when you place it, it automatically detects where it is and rotates itself. Or require the player to do that. Or doesn't matter how it's placed, it's a single object that then adds a little connection nub. And I think I like the idea of adding the connection nub after it's placed, which shows the connection. And it will allow me to design the shape of the connection a little bit more in a fine-grained manner. Placeable northeast, southwest. Let's try to at least spell most things right. I think. So what I'm thinking is the blower will have, the bottom of it will have, it's basically a box with two fans, right? And one side will be the output. Or it'll be a fan. Yeah, I think it'll be a fan. Well, if we have it placeable northeast, southwest, if it's placeable around, then we don't need the connection. We don't. Because if it has a fan blowing in, then it's directional. Then it has to be pointing in. And there's a way to verify that. There's a way to look with whatever orientation we are. If we're north, right? That means we're facing north when we place it. That means the nub going, or the alloy furnace needs to be on the north side, right? We need to look on the north side. If the alloy furnace is there, or the blasting furnace, if it's there, then it's valid. And we can communicate that with the blasting oven. If it's not, then, we can have some indication that it's wrong. I don't know what that would be. What indication would that? Or the alternate is placing it and to have it decide itself, where it's the oven blower itself is, it's not northeast southwest, but when you place it, it detects which side the oven is on and it connects to it. I'm more of the camp of having the player control precisely like how to place it, because everything else is built like that. All of the machines are done like that. All the multi-blocks are going to be like that. So I don't want to break from that tradition of having the blowers not placed like that, because that would be confusing. Where you'd have to directly be facing the direction of where you're placing it to be able to have it hook up. I think that makes sense. And then the blower or the blasting furnace have some indication on either side that that's where the blowers would go. When placed, update blast oven on. Update blasting oven with position of itself. When placed, validate and update blasting oven itself. So it'll just be like, it'll see the blasting oven, and the blasting oven will have a capture thing, and it'll say, hey, I'm a blower, blah, blah, blah. And the blasting oven will be like, all right, there's a blower. But the reason why I need that information, and I might not even need to save it. I can just, in the blasting oven, I can look on either side. So if the blasting oven is faced north, right? If it's blasting oven dash north, then I know on the east and the west sides that I need to look at those block positions and say, is there a blower there? And if there is a blower there, is it on? Those are the things. So it's probably easier to do that with the blasting oven than it is, fiddling around with the blowers. So yeah, blasting oven will just validate it. I just don't want to do it. I just want to validate it like every tick. Like I just don't. I think that'll be on like a slower validation or something. I'm not sure. Maybe a slower frequency. Just have a, because usually my machines tick 10 times a second. So I could have something in the back ticking 10 times a second as it's crafting, but even have something ticking once a second that validates that all it does is validate the blowers are on. If it's crafting, check the blowers, right? Yeah. But just have it in the background, sort of just sort of say, hey, just validate these as you're crafting. If it's not crafting, then I don't care, right? If it's not actively crafting anything, then it just goes to sleep and nothing happens. But if it's actively crafting, then it needs, I don't know. I could easily have a variable in there that just, because it's already ticking 10 times a second, I don't need to add another tick event onto that. I can just do something at a lower frequency, right? You just have some variable that you say, validate blowers equals 1.0, and then every time you do an update tick, you just subtract the delta time, and that gets you roughly, once your validate is less than or equal to 0, that means at least a second has gone by. Just revalidate, right? It's just something to do in the background. You don't need another ticking thing. You just need to just check a variable in your already ticking function. So the blasting oven blower, a wire connection node, power entity behavior, which that'll define how much power it stores and what its power per second is, as well as the entity type, which is a consumer. The placeable northeast southwest, it's like everything else. all of my other machines. So it'll be, the blasting oven blower will be a very simple, very, very simple machine. Won't even have a GUI. I don't even need a GUI with it, obviously. The oven obviously does, but and I can work on the concept. Now that I have the inventory of what I need, I can look at what I can do about this. But anyway, that is going to do it for the stream, everybody. I thank you all for coming by. Everybody who participated, and Zulkin especially, thank you so much for helping with that bug. Man, I am so glad we got that fixed and tracked down. Holy cow. I would have taken me so long. It would have taken me so long to figure that out. Because I didn't think that there was another slot. I just thought it was 2 slots, and that was it. I didn't even realize. And I'm the one that coded it. But anyway, I hope everybody has a great rest of the week. Stop by here for the last Farming Sim stream of August. We're going to be moving on to something else next week. But yeah, we're going to be hitting the Farming Sim, finishing out our mega farm, a new balance, all of that kind of stuff on Saturday. Looking forward to that. And then, yeah, we'll talk to everybody then or next week. See you then.